Good afternoon, everyone. Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. So, today, it's time for some more of the Murder Hotel. Last time, Marin got framed for the murder of Wilhelmine, who was turned up exceedingly dead in the bed in his room, right next to him. Unfortunately, he's having a bit of difficulty investigating this because he's currently unconscious. So we're currently playing as Gerard, who's investigating while he's unconscious. And I'm trying to fix the chat. There we go. Okay. Hello, Drag. How are you doing? And also I would like to, as usual, apologise in advance for how completely horrendous of a French accent I'm going to be giving Gerard. But let's continue being an actual competent attorney. So, that's my notes. There's my notes for how long it'll take to talk to various people about various things. Which I think we have time for. You're tired, huh? Yeah, that's a mood. I have been getting to sleep really late lately, which is a bad idea. To be fair, I don't need to be up early, but I really shouldn't get used to going to bed at like 1 a.m. Other than that, I'm not doing too badly. Not as late as 4 a.m, no. No, I have not seen 4 a.m. You must be nocturnal, Drag. Hello, Nick. How are you doing? Anyway, I was going to say, I am in less pain than I have been. Hooray! I actually learned something very interesting this last week from the doctor I went to see. Apparently, one of my legs is longer than the other one, which is a great explanation as to why everything that goes wrong happens in the shorter leg. Because clearly there's more pressure on it. Anyway. 70 pulls in and no Idia. I've decided to skip Idia, Nick. I've decided I'm sticking to my guns. We are savings mode until Reggie's birthday. Unless I need an event, Essa. Right, where was I? Yes, competent attorney. With apologies for the French accent. Yep, no. Only a few millimeters. Apparently it's almost a centimeter. Which is wild that I've never really noticed. I was alone with Milan in the infirmary all night. No, you weren't. Do we have something against that at the moment? I mean, we have every human within the dining hall. Does that work? Yeah, if you're human, Wiki. Therefore, you can't have been in the infirmary all night. Now, Drag, one of the ways that the doctor showed me that my legs were different lengths is the different wear on the bottom of my shoes. So that's one way you can tell. He basically got me to stand up, sort of poked around and went, "Ha! Your hips are crooked." And then he got me to lie down and he looked at the bottom of my shoes and he went, "Yep, we've got one leg longer than the other." You say you were alone, then what about this fact? Gerard, no offense, but please don't copy Marin's habit of saying stupid things. It's only funny when he does it. Fine, let me try again. Okay, that's not a functional one. I know, we lost time. Yeah, one of my feet is slightly larger than the other as well, Drag. Interestingly, the one that's slightly larger is on the shorter leg side. And I guess I never thought of it until now. Okay, right, we need a better piece of evidence that Wiki was not there all night. So we need to go talk to someone else. I think we should go talk to Mr. Holmes. Who isn't even in his room. You said you were going to be in your room, Mr. Holmes. So, Mr. Perigord, how can I help you? As an expert, what do you think of all of this? Very well, I will give you my opinion. From what I've seen, Miss Anderson and Mr. Haller showed no signs of hostility during the ball. Miss Anderson, in particular, seemed comfortable in his presence, suggesting that she considered him a trustworthy partner. And yet we must face reality. Miss Anderson was murdered by him. The situation may suggest that it was done out of affect, but the amount of blood clearly shows that it was murder. What does the amount of blood have to do with whether it's manslaughter or murder? Once you see the person you're feuding with start bleeding, you'd normally stop hitting them if you didn't intend to kill them. But his bed was completely soaked in blood, as were her clothes. He must have continued to tear her body apart with whatever weapon he was using. And since there's nothing else in Mr. Haller's room that seems out of place, we have to conclude that he's the murderer. Do we have something in Mr. Haller's room that's out of place? I mean, she's got her gun on her with a bullet missing. Does that count? There is. This gun was definitely not suitable for Mr. Haller's room. How strange. Is this the murder weapon? Could be, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. The important thing is that it belongs to the victim. I see. Well, that is a shock. Although, in the end, this only explains how Mr. Haller managed to murder his victim. He must have noticed it in her bag, stole it, and then used it at a crucial moment. The gun did not impress him, but maybe I can convince him with another item. I don't have another item. Okay. You know what? We need to show this gun to Alexander, right? Yeah. Yeah, what did Sarah need? Is there anything I can help you with? I'm gonna go with no. Not right now, but I might come back later. So, Perry, do you have the potential murder weapon with you? Gun? Here, this is Wilhelmine's gun. I strongly suspect that this is the murder weapon. Oh, that gun again. Almost feels like meeting an old friend. Can you please use your forensic device to check if there are any fingerprints on it? Sure, shouldn't take too long. I'm done, and I guess I should start with the good news. I was able to identify 2 different fingerprints that are complete enough to make a comparison. That's great to hear. The bad news is that I completely forgot to ask you for a sample to compare these fingerprints to. Ah, right. You obviously don't know what everyone's fingerprints look like. Fortunately, a certain prime suspect was playing the rare and obscure deer game yesterday. Good idea. I should be able to compare the prints on the gun with those on the deer figurines. Be right back. Ah, yes. We played that yesterday. I'm pretty sure they match. Ilmarinian's prints are on the gun. Well, yeah, they would be. We touched it for the last mystery. That's not what I wanted to hear. Well, luckily it's only us 2 who know about it. Do you want me to wipe off those particular prints? Ooh! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. So might give a clue might be a terrible idea and leads to a major story path. I mean, every time that we've picked an option that says it might be a terrible idea, it's not been a terrible idea. But yeah, major story path. Who? Do we wipe Marin's prints off the gun? Yeah, biggest story choice indeed. As I said, every time there's been a thing where it says this might be a terrible idea, we've chosen it, and we're not dead yet. Is the clue going to be related to prints being wiped off the gun? Yeah, there aren't any prints on Wilhelmine's gun. How strange. Right, let's wipe them off. Please do. After all, prosecutors shouldn't get everything for free. All right. Well, Perry, looks like Ilmarinian's fingerprints are not on Wilhelmine's gun anymore. That must be because they never were. Ooh, we have a lie! Ilmarinian's fingerprints are not on Wilhelmine's gun. By the way, what about the other fingerprint? Oh, okay, so we haven't wiped all fingerprints off the gun. Only Ilmarinian's fingerprints. Huh. Interesting. It must be Miss Anderson's. Doesn't she always wear gloves? Does she? Yes, I could see her corpse wearing them as she lay in Marin's bed. Don't tell me you never noticed. No, not really. Usually it's her eyes that draw my attention. You're right. We should find out whose fingers belong to the other print. There's a good chance they'll lead us to the real culprit. The unknown fingerprint on Wilhelmine's gun could belong to the true culprit. Speaking of which, do you have anyone in mind? I do, but it's just a gut feeling. Well, before I can do my magic, I need to know who and why. I'll fill you in later. First, I need to ask you something else. Would you mind reconstructing the hours leading up to the murder? That's an unusual request, but alright, I have nothing to hide. As you know, I took a nap after the charade session. And that was until 7 when we were all called to the dining room. After that, I hung out with Sarah and Ismail in the lounge until the ball started. And for the ball, you saw me until you left. I was there until 2 when it ended. And then? Harry, do you suspect me? No, but there's another alibi I'd like to check. Which one? No, wait, let me guess. It's about Sarah? It might be. I heard she was busy with something past midnight. I assure you, Sarah did nothing suspicious that night. We don't have anything good for that. So please leave her alone. Okay. We need something for Sarah, we need something for Alex. Can we go get the other thing we need out of Roberto? And now I just need something to prove you're the real Roberto. Do we have... An imposter could never fully understand Gerard's goals in life. Would Roberto know that? I'm not sure. Let's leave that for now. Okay, we have a bunch of stuff to talk to Ismail about. So let's go talk to him. Is that? But no, that's the ballroom. Nope, the dining room is over here. So what about Elspeth? What's the problem with her unlocking Marin's door? She unlocked it for a reason she cannot say. Yeah. Hold it, you really can't tell for yourself? Well, you're the lawyer, not me. It's the fact she unlocked the door to his room in the first place. I asked her what the reason was, and she could not tell me. I see. That's a bit suspicious, of course. So, what could be her reason? That's what I'm trying to find out. Something must have really bothered her. There's something she doesn't want to tell me, even though it might help us get to the truth behind this murder. Which brings me to my next question. I'd like to ask what you did yesterday after the charade session. Excuse me? What's that got to do with anything? I'm trying to find out what everyone was doing to see if anyone is hiding anything important. You're saying that you suspect me of all people? No, au contraire. You see, I need to know what the others have said about them. I need to know if what the others have said about themselves is true. I trust your word more than theirs. So if you tell me everything from your perspective, I might find a hole in one of the other guests' statements. Fine, if you put it that way. Let me tell you straight, I did not interact with Elspeth at all that evening. That's okay, I suspect there's a third person involved in all of this. Where do I start? Yes. So, right after the charade session ended, I was looking for a board game to play next. Hello. Oh, Miss Migowitz, what a rare sight. What brings you here? Well, I'm bored. You're Mr. Osmanoglu, right? Just call me Ismail. I hate being formal. Me too. Christina is fine. Sorry to bring this up, but you got really heated today. Got a problem with that? Yes, I do. Learning to be a good loser is an important skill. You have to work on that. Well, I just hate losing. And secondly, it wasn't the game that annoyed me. It was Milan's complicated thinking. It can be quite complicated, true. Well, since you're here, do you want to play something? Oh, you mean just the two of us? Yes, maybe chess? Please, no. Chess is for nerds. It's too complicated. Well, do you have a suggestion? Not really. I don't play board games very often. Usually only with Mimi, and I don't see her that often. Well, what do you do in your spare time? Promise not to laugh. Why should I laugh? Is it a weird hobby you have? I like making videos and sharing them with the world. And it also gives me some extra income. You mean videos of yourself? Me? No. I'm talking about animal videos. My mum owns a barn. The usual victim is Tessia, my pet chicken. People often ask on the internet how she's doing. You have a pet chicken? That sounds cool. I also have a lot of cats. They usually get the most clicks when I post videos about them. My most viewed video, though, is one about a beaver I happened to meet on the street. Unfortunately, it's been demonetized because I used some profanity to get the beaver's attention. Probably not my best idea. Still, I think it's a nice hobby. Thank you. You're the first guy to ask me about it. Really? Yeah. Usually when I talk to men, they just give me hollow compliments about my looks and ask if I'm free tonight. Or even worse, they ignore me completely and want to know more about my sister. No wonder you're always so grumpy when Ilmarinian's around. Hey, how about we play a round of Match 5 dice? What do you think? Oh, I know that one. Nobody can beat me at this game, I'm a pro. Perfect. Ismail, there you are. Hey Sarah, what's up? Hello. Oh my, Greetings, Miss Mikuitz. Am I interrupting something important? Nope, we're both bored and decided to play Match 5 Dice. I think Match 5 Dice, Drag, must be, oh gosh. What's the brand name one? Gotta look this up. But it's like to do with making different sets with the dice, I think. No, that's got 6 dice in it, never mind. Oh no, 5 in some variations, okay. So it's probably similar to Farkle, which I played a lot on online. It's sort of about them being on all the same number, and sort of about... So basically you've got 6 dice and there's different collections that make different points. Like 3 of the kind will get you a certain amount of points, and you can sort of put your things to the side, and then it's very hard to try and explain in just words, apparently. Yeah, I've definitely played it under several different names. And I'm assuming that this is pretty similar to that anyway. I see. We were about to start. Would you like to join us, Sarah? I accept your invitation. What will be the punishment for the loser? Punishment? What are you talking about? Don't scare Christina like that. We're just playing for fun. I understand. Miss Christina must be afraid of losing to me. Afraid? What? You need to be scared. I do not mind if the loser is not punished. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm not scared. Go ahead. As if I'm going to lose in a game of dice. In that case, how about the loser gets a tickle attack? A tickle attack? That doesn't sound too scary. Famous last words. Anyway, you two ready? I'd like to start. Stop right there! Huh? Why are you grabbing my arm? Hey! Look at this, Ismail. She used 2 fingers under the cup to make sure the dice landed on a 6. She cheats! She cheats at dice! She was trying to cheat her way to victory. Oh, that's a bad foul. What are you talking about? It was an accident, I swear. You cannot fool me. I used to cheat like that in the past and know how this trick works. I think it's only fair the cheater receives the loser's punishment, right? No, stop her, I didn't do anything wrong. Sorry, but cheaters get what they deserve. She's all yours, Sarah. Tickle, tickle. Stop that! Don't tickle me. Not that. You have a bad. Tell me what I want to hear. I admit it, I cheated. I'm a bad girl. Please stop. I can't catch my breath from laughing. I hope hope you learned your lesson. No more cheating, I promise. Just for your information, the loser gets the same punishment, even if it happens to be you again. What? Excuse me, I have to go to the bathroom. It's taking me hours, so don't wait for me. Bye-bye. Well done. She'll never set foot in the lounge again. What? I was actually holding back. Anyway, I think we should stop for now. Are you sure? I'm in last place now Miss Mikiewicz is gone. I promise not to run away like her. No, this is fine. No need to prolong this. Dice games are boring anyway. We talked a little longer until 7. That was when we all gathered in the dining room and heard about the ball. Then Sasha, Sarah and I left for another board game session while you told us you were busy. What was so important that you couldn't join us for our game? I mean, between 7:15 and 8. Practicing dancing with Elspeth. Listen carefully. I gave Elspeth a crash course in ballroom dancing. A crash course? Perhaps Marin would have been a better teacher. Oh, gosh, Ismail, that's a pun. That's a pun. Not a very good one. Sorry, that was a silly joke. It's okay. Let's move on to the last part, the ball. Anything that struck you as out of the ordinary? And to be honest, I wasn't really paying attention. Christina kept me busy most of the time. Why was that? Have you forgotten? She was my dance partner. I haven't. You two were indeed an odd couple. She was constantly switching between forcing herself to be nice and being her usual self. At the end of the ball, she even gave me a kiss on the cheek. Only to be followed by her saying, "Don't get any funny ideas." As if I had any interest in a crazy woman like her. Oh. I guess she's what some people would call a tsundere. Sheesh, God. You watch too many of these Eastern cartoons. I have one more question. When did you two leave? I think Christina left the ball around 1:45, and I stayed till around 1:30. I see. Did one of you take a bathroom break? Christina did. She left briefly while Sarah invited me to dance with her for a round. I think it was from 11 to 11:15. Thank you, Ismail. That was very helpful. No problem. But I'm a little surprised. You didn't ask me if I had an alibi for the time of the murder. Well, do you? Did anyone spend the night with you? No, I went straight to bed all alone. I thought so. And now? Did you get any new information from my testimony? Well, sort of. Enough to get Marin out of this mess? Hard to say. This case might be one of the most difficult to solve. Especially considering my client is currently sleeping on Wiki's lap. What? Why is that? He had another breakdown. That's the main reason why I'm investigating for him. Talk about bad luck. In that case, does he even have a real chance of getting an acquittal? I believe so. I'm sure he is not a murderer, and I am going to prove it. You say you're sure, but what if he actually killed Miss Anderson? I guess we could use his fingerprints aren't on the gun, but we don't actually know how she died yet, right? I'm gonna leave that for now. Even then, there is a way. Just wait. Okay. Can we? No. I don't think we can get anything out of Mihail right now because we need some information from Lupita. Lupita won't give us that information unless we have a good reason. Right, let's go upstairs. Timeline check. Yep, good point. Timeline check. Okay. So Wilhelmine is potentially dead after 2. Because that's when she was last seen. Currently, we don't have anything for Sarah, Wiki, Lupita, Elspeth, Milan, Alexander. We have people who've told us where they are but don't have an alibi. Ismail, ourselves, Uwe, Roberto, and, well, ourselves. Okay. Right, let's go check in with Chris. Ooh. Hello. Here's the door to the victim's room. Let's see if the room key I found fits. How strange. It doesn't fit? I'll give it one more try. No, this is not Wilhelmine's room key. What's going on here? Wilhelmine's dead body had a room key in its hand, but it's wrongly labeled. That's because it's probably the one to Christina's room, right? This key was deliberately placed on the victim's hand. There's no question about it. The culprit may have deliberately placed a mislabeled room key in the victim's hand. No normal person would carry their room key around with them all the time, especially when they are lying on the bed of a person they are trying to seduce. Is this by any chance Marion's room key? No, I can't lock the door with it. It's not his room key either. Maybe someone else is currently missing the room key. But if that's the case, why would the culprit do that? Why would he put a mislabeled key in the hands of his victim? I doubt I have enough time to try every room in this hotel, but it can't hurt to ask someone. I really wonder where this mystery will lead me. Anyway, I was going to go to Christina's room to talk about the key. Nope, that's Elspeth's room. That's Elspeth's room. Christina's room is not here. Christina's room is... the next floor up, isn't it? Alright, see you, Nick. Oh no, wait, we're on the second floor. I wanted to be on the first floor. Nope. We don't have something to talk to Lupita about yet. Right, Christina's room. Just because my door is not locked doesn't mean I want brainless lawyers in my room. Yeah. Is this the key to your door? Hold it! Your comment has just brought me to something I should probably point out. What is it now? Well, speaking of doors, do you recognize this room key? The number says 206. This should be my sister's room key, right? A logical conclusion, but wrong. This is not her room key. Huh? The victim's hand was wrapped around this room key, and I suspect it might belong to the culprit. In that case, it should be the crash pilot's room key, right? Wrong again, because I already checked that. Miss Mikiewicz, may I try this key on your door? Oh, wait a minute, it's that key? Mr. Paragon, wait, can you listen to me for a moment? Before you do anything rash, how much money do you want for it? As if you had the means to bribe someone like me. Yes, because Gerard is a very, very fancy lawyer and very rich. Which is the main difference between him and Phoenix, right? Please don't mind if I... Wait, listen to me for a second. You know, I'm the sole heir to my sister's fortune. If you help me cover up this little oversight, we could both benefit from this. How about we, we could do something, and you then forget about all of this, and... You're really bad at this. Now, if you will excuse me, my friend's life is at stake. Yeah, sorry, Christina, I'm not sure Gerard likes girls. No, stay away from that door. Well, it's not the key to this door either. Something wrong? Well, it looks like that mysterious key is not your room key. That's true. Want to know why? Because my room key is right here in my purse. Congratulations! Your acting skills had me fooled for a second. Bad, right? The main villain in Witkowski will say those exact lines in the next episode, airing Friday night. Thank you for spoiling the story. People don't die in my work. You can celebrate with the actors after the episode is shot. I captured so many fake deaths with my camera. I'd see people stabbed and shot with fake tools. Part of me still doesn't realize it's not a movie. I'm still waiting for my sister to come into my room and say, "Hey, was I a good victim? Did I do a good job?" After I was sentenced to prison by that corrupt bastard prosecutor, I just sat in my prison cell daydreaming how I would become a famous actress one day. That and the thought of keeping my sister safe were my two main motivations in life to keep going. And now, I don't know if I want to live like this anymore. Why would I even try to become an actress if there's no one to cheer me on? Miss Mikiewicz, I am truly sorry for your loss. And if I weren't on a tight schedule, I'd offer to lend my ear to your grief, but I have a friend to save. You'll call a murderer your friend? A person is innocent until proven guilty. Too bad I hit a blank with the mysterious room key. Maybe I will get another chance to see who it belongs to. I'll be honest, Mr. Lawyer, your friend is dangerous. All the dirty crash pilot wanted was to fulfill his deep, dark fantasies with my sister. I hate him. We don't have any suitable hints about that. Alright. Understandable. Yes, we do need to find an imposter. That's Gerard's main aim. Oh, wait, actually. There's nothing weird in your bathroom? No, okay. What did we need for Elspeth? I did not leave any marks. Well, we do potentially have the unknown fingerprint. I'm gonna leave that for a second. Right, what did we need for the pizza? What do we want? Oh boy. It's all the hints. Peter mentioned to Roberto about someone suffering with amnesia. Is that the one? No, because that's... I don't know. Right. Alright. We're gonna have to try something. Alright, we have about 20 minutes of questions, so we have leeway to get something wrong. The problem is that I don't remember if I used that one with Lupita before. That's the problem. I want to go check how we're doing. Yeah. Okay, we've only crossed 4 of them off. What was it we needed with Alexander? Sarah did nothing suspicious. Sarah. Is there anything? No. Right, so I'm gonna make a save. I'm gonna chuck it to here. Alright. Let's try an experiment, I guess? We need a how to know if real... Oh, wait. Did we have something else to talk to... Do we have anything else to talk to Wu-Wei about? Yes, because we haven't actually been back to Wu-Wei, have we? That's who we haven't been back to today. I'm glad I made notes. Why does Ilmarinian have memory loss? Okay. That was it. Right, something to prove he's the real Roberto. I think it's going to be this one. An imposter could never fully understand Gerard's goals in life. That's my bet. Because this clue shows you are a doppelganger. Gerard, please take a break. I think you're a bit overworked. I'm sorry, you might be right. Okay. Alright then. That's not what we need. We need something that's... okay. Ooh. I am worried about messing these up now and running out of time. Why is that toilet door locked? Seriously. There wasn't anything going on in the laundry room, was there? No. Is there anything you can help me with? No, and that option isn't the right option. Alright, I need to look at the hints. Why is there a toilet outside of the guest rooms? Well, sometimes you don't want to have to go all the way back to your room to use the toilet. Like if you're down in like the library or the lounge. It's good for a hotel to have a toilet that just isn't in one of the guest rooms. Right, so... Okay, we gain a theory about who by talking to Milan. We gain some counter evidence from Uwe, from Lupita, from Sarah. Elspeth Holmes investigating. It seems like there's some more investigating stuff. Wait, I had a thought. I've had a thought. Up one more. Nope, not that way. Not that way at all. Like, do we have the ability to check if the key is Elspeth's? No, it doesn't look like it. Done! There goes that theory. We need another thing that's out of place in this room. To offload the key task. Mm-hmm. We need someone who's seen Wiki. I assume that we're gonna get that information from Milan, possibly. Then maybe we get that from Milan. Alright, you know what? Let's try. What do we want from Lupita? Where is it? Did we get this information about it from Roberto? We must have done, right, and not Lupita, so yeah, let's go with this. Listen to me. Yesterday you mentioned to Roberto that someone has amnesia. And by some strange happenstance, my friend Il Marinian is also suffering from memory loss. He was probably drugged. Coincidence? I think not. Okay, it was the right one. What did you just say? You heard me right the first time, Miss Lupita, so do you know more about this? Curse you, damn alcohol. Was I really so careless as to leak this information? Seemingly, yes. So, Miss Lupita, would you mind telling me what you know? Promise to stop bothering me after I tell you. Yes, I'll leave as soon as you're finished. Step inside. Let's talk in private for a moment. Well, your room's a mess. Sorry for the mess. Don't bother. Please begin your testimony. What do you know about this strange case of amnesia? Before I start, do you know about my relationship with Mr. Dijkstra? Do you mean that you worked together? Or that you are secretly lovers? Wipe that grin off your face. Milan is a kind and gentle man, unlike my husband. There is nothing wrong with exchanging a few pleasantries. Forgive me, but I was under the impression that you were already divorced. My husband contacted you then, right? I can't blame him. He told me he had the best lawyer in the world and I should just leave our assets to him. However, the next day he said that going to court would only drain both of our bank accounts and that we should just settle everything privately. Do you want to know why? It's because I gave him an outrageous cost proposal. That's my way of turning down a case. Divorce is just not my thing. There's no thrill. Well, then I will thank you properly for solving this problem for me. Unfortunately, it didn't fix the heartache that this breakup caused me. Every day I would see him hanging out with those stupid young perras in our house. In other words, you're still Miss Guadalupe Vaquero Sands. I'm just Lupita in this hotel. Don't tell anyone or I'll sue you. Not that I really care, but my lips are sealed. Besides, I think we got off topic. Right, about Milan. I was extremely worried when he collapsed at the ball, and I cried a lot more than I should have. What's his condition? Is he okay? Wiki's been taking care of him. Apparently he's still resting in the infirmary. I guess I should visit him as soon as I sober up. What about the amnesia? Ah, right. Since I already accidentally told Mr. Alighieri, I might as well tell you. After the charade session yesterday around 5, we were about to go to the bar. But then Milan suddenly changed his mind and suggested we should head to my room instead. There, he told me he doesn't remember how he got to the hotel. He suspects that he was drugged. He also told Ilmarinian about this. Wait, Lupita confirmed Milan's suffering from amnesia. Okay. Apparently, because it's impossible for him to be the one who drugged Milan. Milan doesn't remember how he got here. How bizarre. There's more weird stuff going on in this hotel than I thought. If it really is a drug, then it's most likely that Miss Hagen is behind it all. Wiki could have brought the mind-erasing drug into the hotel, since she is an agent. I somehow doubt it. She's a Nordic Noir agent. Oh, what? She showed us her ID card not too long ago. She's an undercover agent. I doubt she'd do something as despicable as erasing the memories of 2 innocent civilians. Well, she could have used it to keep up her disguise in case someone found out, right? What if either Mr. Dijkstra or Mr. Heller weren't drugged and their amnesia was caused by something else? Maybe it was caused by trauma, either a blow to the head or an experience that the brain wants to forget. Could be. Ilmarinian may have amnesia due to some trauma. But in the end, I'd need conclusive evidence to solve that mystery. Well, that's all for now. Thanks for telling me. Just one more thing, Miss Lupita. What is it? Would you mind telling me your alibi? Where you were from the time Miss Anderson left the ball until now? Mr. Perigord, I was completely drunk. How could I have committed murder in that state? Are there any witnesses? Very well. I was at the evening ball until 2 when it ended. I danced with Professor Holmes and had fun. Roberto can also account for it since I was constantly ordering drinks from him. And then what? Miss Sarangel helped me up to my room because I had trouble walking straight. and I dropped into my bed and fell asleep very quickly. So Saranga was helping Lupita to reach her room. Were you alone? Please don't tell me that Sarah spent the night in your room. No, but Koro cuddled with me. Koro? Who's that? I'll show you, but don't laugh. Aw, teddy bear. He's my companion. Oh, he's a little teddy bear. Milan gave him to me for my birthday. Koro was with me the whole night. Too bad that teddy bears don't talk in this murder mystery. Well, I think that was all. Could you please leave now? Yes, of course. Thank you for your time. Let's see if Saranga can confirm she helped Lupita get to her room. Yes, that would be something that Sarah can help us with. Right, so we have dealt with Lupita. Right. Sarah is... it'll be faster to take the stairs. Yeah, we'll see what Sarah says. There is. Miss Lupita mentioned that you helped her get to her room after the ball. Is that true? Yes, she was very tipsy and hard on her feet, so I offered to escort her since our rooms were close by. Can you please give me the details? For example, when did this happen and what words were exchanged? I do not remember the exact time, but I guess it was between 2 and 2:15, just after the ball ended. She talked a lot, but her words made no sense. Though I could understand a few things she said, like how much she enjoyed the evening and how much she is worried about Mr. Dijkstra. I see, so you were with her. Yes, indeed. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I also have to ask you about your whereabouts. Do not worry. I understand that this is part of your work where you have to put your feelings aside. Thank you for your understanding. Now, please reconstruct your evening. What did you do? Well, I went to the evening ball like everyone else. We even danced together, Gerard. I certainly remember that. Although I think I also saw you dancing with some other people. Yes, I did. In the course of the evening, I asked everyone for a dance. Everyone? Yes, that includes Alentura, Nimmerus, Process, and Gastvanger. Unfortunately, those 4 declined my request. Sarah, didn't you give Marin that big lecture about monogamy the other day? My goal was not to charm as many people as possible. Just between you and me, I got to dance with the person my heart longs for right now. But no one knows who it was because I hid it by asking everyone to dance. Hiding a tree in a forest. I see. Finding out who your crush is another mystery I'll have to solve. Gerard, you fiend. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. Or maybe not. Gerard, I'm not answering to that. Why would you think that? Well, I caught you looking at her a few times during the ball. She simply has a very eye-catching color scheme. Is that all the evidence you have up your sleeve? Apart from that, it was Wiki's guess. I hope you don't mind that I asked her while I was dancing with her. Oh, I see. Miss Hagen can be very observant. I still cannot believe that she hid her true identity so cleverly. Too bad she was busy taking care of Milan after his breakdown. I really wanted to dance with her a second time. Okay, so to recap, you were at the evening ball from 8 until it ended at 2, and you were with Miss Lupita until 2:15. That means you have an alibi until 2:15, assuming you were alone after that. Oh, I know that smile. What are you hiding from me? Miss Otradin Sarangal Borgidin. No, Borgigin, possibly. Nothing. Alright, Sarah. What were you up to? We do not have anything to work with that. If you were with someone, you really should tell me. It will help clear you of any possible suspicion. Without my lawyer, I say nothing. Fine. I'll find out on my own. Okay, timeline check. Unknown. What were you doing, Sarah? Hints check. Ooh, we have an optional Alexander hint. Interesting. Oh, or maybe that's just a pair with this, actually. About the fingerprints. Yeah, Lupita confirmed Milan is suffering from amnesia, so whoops. Yep. So we should probably be able to get him to talk now. Who needed the onion again? Marin, yes. Yes, I know for a fact you have amnesia. What? Who told you? Lupita confessed it to me after she accidentally mentioned it to Roberto. I knew it was a bad idea to tell her. Now too many people know. Don't be mad at Lupita. She's really worried about you. I know. I'm not mad. I'm just worried too. Whatever. What was the train of thought you had? Why did you bring up amnesia now? It might have something to do with the murder. How so? Marinian doesn't remember anything from yesterday. What? Really? Where is he now? I need to talk to him. Relax, he's in capable hands right now. What does that mean? He also had a breakdown not long ago, probably from all the stress. He's resting on Wiki's lap right now. He has a trial coming up and he can't do any research on his own. Which is the main reason I am running around asking questions. Sheesh, talk about bad timing. So, Milan, is there anything you can tell me? Anything that might help me defend his case? Well, I wish I could help. All I can say is that I told him about my own amnesia since he was the least likely person to have drugged me. And we also shared some theories about his first breakdown after eating Elspeth's muffin on his first day. In the end, he did tell me that the muffin had actually been poisoned. Wait, you remember that? Oh, what? Poisoned? Didn't Wiki say he had GERD, whatever that means? Yes, she did, but that was apparently a cover-up lie. I really don't want to badmouth Wiki after she stayed with me the whole night to protect me. But what if she's the one behind the poisoning and the amnesia drug and she's trying to hide it? Considering that Wiki is an undercover Nordic noir agent, it would make more sense that she tried not to alert the culprit. She's a what? Oh, right. One more thing I should probably tell you. What the hell? Am I trapped in a movie? What's going on in this hotel with secret agents and murderers roaming around? What I don't understand, though, is why the killer went after Wilhelmine. Wasn't Elspeth his main target? After all, it was her muffin that was poisoned. Perhaps the culprit's target has changed. How might that be? I recall that Ilmarinian first planned to have a rendezvous with Elspeth, but then ditched her for Wilhelmine. Are you suggesting that the culprit in both cases was trying to eliminate Ilmarinian's love interest? Maybe the real culprit could be a crazy stalker who wants to get rid of all the competition. The culprit may have murdered Wilhelmine because she was seen as a love rival. We are both thinking about the same person, right? Christina. Wiki. Wait, what? Why Christina? I want to raise several objections, but I am willing to listen to your arguments. During the charade session, I noticed that she kept glancing over to Ilmarinian, even when I was talking to her. This is going to be what we take back to Christina against the statement that she hates Marin, right? No, neither of them thought of Clara because no one here remembers Clara. Except for Marin. And the demons. That's not unusual. She's just very protective of her sister. I thought so too at first. But if you ask me, she's completely infatuated with him. She bit her lips and seemed a bit nervous when I asked if something was wrong. According to Milan, Christina might have a big crush on Ilmarinian. I wouldn't be surprised if Sarah's secret crush also ends up being Marin at this point. Well, if you say so. I will consider Christina murdering her beloved sister over a boy she hates as a possible theory. Why should they not remember Clara? Because I'm pretty sure Clara is one of the memories that's been wiped. Oh no, wait, no. No, you're right. They do remember Clara. They just think she's left. They just think she checked out. Or at least Elspeth thinks she checked out. Was it Elspeth? Someone said that she checked out. You're right. Yeah, it was Elspeth who said she had checked out. But does anyone else remember? I don't remember. Good. However, if the murderer's goal was to get rid of Marin's current love interest, He should have killed Wiki instead. Wiki? But didn't you tell me he'd already dumped Elspeth for Wilhelmine? And then he ditched Wilhelmine for Wiki, or so I thought, because that was his plan. What a heartbreaker. And yet Wilhelmine ends up in his bed, while Wiki was busy looking after you. Okay, now it sounds like he's just a really big jerk. It does, and that's what bothers me so much about this case. For the official theory to make sense, Marion would have to be the worst kind of guy. A womanizer and a killer. A handsome guy with a rotten heart, like Mr. Dorian Gray. Part of me just refuses to believe that his true personality is that low. And thanks to what he told me in the bar, I continue to believe in him. He must be very lucky to have a friend like you. Let me make a quick summary of what I learned. Elspeth was supposed to be the killer's victim because her muffin was poisoned. The ploy failed, as Ilmarinian ended up stealing the muffin and eating it. But instead of trying to kill her again, the killer got rid of Wilhelmine instead. Their connection is that Marion was romantically interested in both of them at different times. This connection would lead us to the theory that the killer is a crazy stalker who has a crush on him. You think it must be Christina, while I suspect that Wiki fits the bill better. Although both of our possible theories have several holes that need to be filled in order to really make sense. Did I miss anything? No, I think that covers everything. Milan, I must thank you for your time. You were a great help. You're welcome. Oh, just one more thing. Since you're the least likely person to be the culprit, I'd like to share something with you. Can you keep a secret? Yes. Unlike Peter, I know how to keep my mouth shut. So, what mysterious fact are you about to reveal? I secretly checked Wiki's agent documents while she was busy with Ilmarinian. That's a lie. And I came across an interesting document. It says that a doppelganger is hiding in the hotel and that this doppelganger is probably stealing someone else's identity. A doppelganger? You mean like a perfect double? Apparently, catching this doppelganger is her main reason for coming to the hotel in the first place. That sounds crazy, totally crazy. I know for a fact that the Wiki who took care of you that night was the real one. But I'm not sure if the current Wiki is real or not. You mean this doppelganger is pretending to be Wiki right now? It's a possibility. And I need a way to find out if she is real or not. Otherwise, Ilmarinian could be in danger. Did Wiki tell you something last night that no one else knows? Maybe a funny story about herself, or a less-known tale about Loki? We didn't talk that much. I was asleep most of the time. Sometimes she would hum some kind of tune and say she would kill someone for a cup of coffee. Right. There was something that could be useful to you. There was one time when she briefly left the infirmary. Aha! We can go back to Wiki now. Wait a minute. She left the infirmary. Yes, it was late at night, probably around 3. She returned after 15 minutes. So, she has no alibi for a short period of time. And not only then, I woke up at 1. She could have left the infirmary before that, and I wouldn't have noticed. And you collapsed around 10, if I am not mistaken. Yes. Considering that Wiki and Marin carried you to the infirmary, that was the last time anyone saw her. Now it's safe to say that Wiki has no alibi between 10:15 and 1 and between 3 and 3:15. Wiki could have done it. She has no alibi between those times. Did she tell you why she left the infirmary? No, but there was something else she wanted me to know. Milan, are you awake? Yeah, is something wrong? No, I just need to leave for a moment. I'll be back soon. Please lock the door when I leave. Don't open the door while I'm away, no matter who knocks. But what about you? When I come back, I'll knock 6 times and say the word lading. But if I say Gleipnir, then keep the door closed and put something heavy in front of it so no one can break in. What? Why? Remember, only open the door when I say lading. Got it? Yeah, lading it is. I'll be back soon. Interesting. Nothing special happened in the end. She came back and said lading, so I opened the door for her. I wonder what those 2 words really meant. Anyway, you were a really big help. Much appreciated, Milan. You're welcome. Also, Gerard, before you go, ask Lupita what she calls me in private. If she answers Guapo, she's the real deal. I understand. I really wish I could help you catch this imposter. When I promised Wiki I would not leave the infirmary until she allowed it. And don't worry, I feel more comfortable finding out on my own. I see. Good luck, Gerard. Thank you, Milan. Where to continue now? With Christina or Wiki? I'm gonna go with Wiki because there's some information we really need. Oh, nope, that's the downstairs. We don't want to go downstairs. We want to go upstairs, and we want to go up to Marin's room. Hey, Wiki. Wiki. You're lying, Wiki. Objection! Don't try to fool me. An eyewitness told me you briefly left the infirmary that night. Okay, fine. I was alone with Milan almost all night. Almost all night means it wasn't all night. Please explain. I had to go to the toilet around 3. Your eyewitness probably saw me on the way. Happy now? That depends. What were you doing there? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I am definitely not going to describe how I used the restroom. Were you alone there? Of course I was alone. Absolutely, totally alone. Sitting on a toilet seat at 3 o'clock. And I certainly did not meet anyone there. Alright, Wiki. Instead of asking me what a woman does in the toilet, you should be more concerned about solving your case. Is it just me, or is she getting more and more irritated? Wiki, who did you meet in the toilet at 3 a.m. Aside from probably not Milan. One of the demons, maybe. Okay, Christina is... Ooh, should Christina be next? Yeah, I think so. Hey, Christina. Milan thinks you have a big ol' crush. Sounds like a way to get into the glitched realm. Yeah, maybe. Maybe you wish she was meeting not Loki. Objection! You say you hate him. Yeah, that's what I said. In that case, I have a very good theory as to what really happened to your sister. The real culprit was not Ilmarinian, but a crazy stalker who was after every woman he was interested in. And this stalker can't be anyone else but you. Say what? Me? You're not just brainless, you have a negative brain. There have been several occasions where eyewitnesses have noticed your potential romantic interest in the suspect. And considering that the only connection between the victim and another would-be victim is that Ilmarinian liked them. It all leads to you being the real culprit in this case. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. It sounds so absurd, amateurish, and distasteful that I don't even know where to begin. How dare you even suggest that I would harm Mimi? I dare because I am a professional. And since you've shown your ability as an actress, there's also a basis to tear that aspect down. Who's to say that your love for your sister isn't fake, like those tears you're crying right now? I do, you stupid idiot! I hope you choke on your filthy words and die in your sleep! Instead of making baseless threats, how about refuting my theory the right way? Or at least tell me what you know about tonight. You're a heartless monster. You'll do anything in your power just to get the words out of the person you're talking to. It's the most efficient way. Fine, you win. I'll talk. First of all, I'm not a stalker. I have absolutely no interest in the crash pilot. Never have, never will. Do you have any proof of the statement? I'm thinking about him right now and I don't blush. You see, that should be proof enough. Let's ignore that topic for now. Can you tell me about yesterday? Like what? Anything you can think of that has to do with the murder or that has to do with your sister. Okay, where should I start? After the charade session, she went up to her room. I didn't see her again until dinner. And later on, you probably noticed that Mimi left the evening ball quite early, right? I think it was shortly after Milan's collapse. Right, I think it must have been around 10. Before she left, we had a little chat. dear. I think this is a good time for a retreat. A retreat? Where are you going, Mimi? To my room. I feel a little sweaty. I would also sweat buckets if I spent the whole evening dancing with a crash pilot. He's not the problem, I assure you. In fact, I plan to spend some time with him later. Huh? He's going to teach me how to pronounce some Finnish words. Oh wait, what? You're going to learn Finnish this late at night? Yes, we will meet in his room later tonight. I guess that would be a date. Mimi, that's a stupid idea. You hardly know this guy. Wilhelmine planned to meet in Ilmarinen's room for a date. Okay. What if he's up to something bad? Like, you know what? Men only care about one thing. That's just a prejudice based on one bad experience. The worst that can happen is that it'll be boring. Sis! So, don't worry about that. Instead, you should enjoy the ball. From what I've seen, you and Mr. Osmanoglu seem to get along quite well. Mimi! He's just my designated dance partner. Don't misinterpret things. My mum won't let me date a non-Christian anyway. You know my opinion about your mother, so I will not comment on that. See you tomorrow, Chris. Try to have some fun as well. Goody, that dirty bastard! My poor sister. Process and Wiki hadn't stopped me, there would have been a second murder case for you to solve. It would have been very easy to solve that one, Christina. I know how you feel, but revenge is never the solution. So, lawyer guy, I told you what I know. You better find the real culprits if you think the crash pilot is innocent, got it? No need to tell me how to do my job. I'm on it. Also, I found a flaw in your testimony that I should point out. Huh? A flaw? You told me that Wilhelmine said, quote, "The worst that can happen is that it will be boring." Yes, and? I thought you might tell me. What's wrong with her saying the worst that could happen is that it's going to be boring? I mean, she took a gun with her, girl. Yep, that's right there. At least one person must have lied, that's the problem. Either you lied to me, or the victim lied to you. But now you're also calling me a liar? Not per se. There's just something that bothers me. Back at the crime scene, Miss Argan searched the victim's belongings at my request. And to my surprise, we found something unusual. Something that someone would not bring with them if their only concern was how much fun they were going to have that night. Yes, it was my idea. I told her to bring it in case things escalate. Better to be safe than sorry. What? You're really good. I got to hand it to you. Listen, you idiot. I don't want to be the aunt of a mini crash pilot. If you think that's unusual, you better start growing up. Miss Mikiewicz, calm down. That is not what I meant. She brought something else. A gun. Wait, what? Her gun? Is that the murder weapon? I don't know yet. That's something Miss Hagen will hopefully be able to answer soon. Sis, why would you go on a date with a guy if you don't feel safe enough without a gun? Exactly my thought. The important thing is that the gun was fired because one bullet seems to be missing. Oh, wait a minute. I know exactly what you're trying to suggest. This crash pilot got into a fight with her, she pulled out her gun, and then she somehow got shot in self-defense. Is that your dirty plan to get the murderer off? Ilmarinian may have shot Wilhelmine in self-defense. What if it is? You human garbage! No need to get upset about my methods. You're the same filthy scum as the corrupt politicians and moneybags you work for. You're trying to free a murderer again. That was just once. And it's beside the point. Please concentrate on the facts. Wilhelmine must have brought her gun to the crime scene. What can you tell me about the weapon? Well, my sister bought it after that one ugly incident that put me in jail. I was really worried when she told me because guns are never a good idea. She once showed me her aim at a shooting range. She hit the target most of the time. She also offered to teach me how to use one, but I refused. I don't want to touch one. And that was that. We rarely talked about it after that. I didn't even know she brought her gun to the hotel. Christina said she didn't know that Wilhelmine had brought her gun to the hotel. That feels like a lie. You did not know she had brought her gun. Did I hear that right? That's what I said. Can you also tell me about your alibi? Alibi? I already told you I'd never do anything to hurt my sister. It's just a routine thing. Tell me what you did after midnight. Well, I stayed at the ball for quite a while. I can't remember how long, though. Maybe Ismail knows. He was with me the whole time. Anyway, I left the ball, went to my room, and went to bed. And I was alone. I see. Thank you for your testimony. Oh, one more thing. I know it's probably a little late, but there's something on my mind that I want to get off my chest. I want to apologize for what happened when we first met in court. It's a little late for that, don't you think? You have no idea how much my sister suffered during that trial. Still, I understand now that my ways were wrong. I shouldn't have burdened her with false accusations just to protect my own client. Huh? What are you talking about? I needed to buy time to find out the real reason why my client couldn't have done it. Stop calling yourself your client. You were defending yourself. Ooh. Christina is not the imposter as she remembers the details of her past encounter with Gerard. Yes, that's true. Huh. This was just a test to see if you were the real Christina. Huh? Why shouldn't I be real? No, you don't make sense. Good luck rescuing the crash pilot in that state. Alright, Christina is the real deal. We need to go back around to Lupita's room to check that she's the real deal. We don't actually have that option. Okay. In that case... what if we go confront Elspeth with the second set of fingerprints? I'm gonna save first. I did not leave any marks, she says. Ooh. We have a bunch of stuff. There's also that. Oh, I'm not sure, and I don't want to mess around with it when I'm not sure. Because I'm starting to worry about my time. Let's go back downstairs. I still want to try that key on the toilet door. Don't we have even more leeway? I think we've got about... It's less than 10 our leeway now, I think. I know, it might be more than that. Oh, that's true, because we haven't... we haven't been losing minutes, have we? Ah. Alright. No, I want to... I'm still not sure about that one, that's the thing. Yeah, we've basically gained time. What if he actually killed Anderson? He could have done it in self-defense. Should we throw that one? Yeah, why not? Let's try it. Hold it. In this case, it is very likely that he acted in self-defense. After all, Miss Anderson had a gun with her when she entered his room. What? Really? No, even if it was self-defense, that still means she took another person's life. Wouldn't it have been enough to knock her out or inflict a non-lethal wound? Never underestimate the human survival instinct in a life-or-death situation. It is hard to be as rational as you are in your suggestion. I don't think that helped, though. Still, I wish I had something more concrete, like finding another person's fingerprints on the murder weapon or something. Okay, fine. Nope. Anyway, as long as you feel confident, I guess that's all that matters. After all, they'll be dealing with the undefeated Ace Attorney. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you very much. Ah, there we go. It did reduce it by 1 there. Cool. You're welcome. If there's anything else important I should know, tell me. Anything else important? Oh gosh. Most of these are imposter related. Uncertain. Ooh. Ah. We do have a thing to talk to use for Uwe's now, I think. Why does he have memory loss? Possibly due to trauma. Hold it! According to an expert in the field, Imarinian's amnesia was most likely caused by trauma, either physical or mental. And onions are supposed to speed up the healing process for victims of memory loss. Really? I often eat pizza cupola, and yet I always forget the anniversary date. If it wasn't for my daughter Larissa, who always reminds me. Ue's daughter Larissa helps him sometimes to remember important dates. Ue, this is not the time to make silly jokes. Marinian could be wrongly convicted of murder, and only his locked memory could prove his innocence. So hand over that life-saving onion, s'il vous plaît. If it's really that important, you should have said so in the first place. I'll get you one right now. Here you go. A fresh, memory-restoring onion as ordered. Onion acquired. Thank you, Ue. I'll get it to Marin as soon as possible. Okay, we are done with Ue. Actually, we learned some things about characters recently, didn't we? Not just Ue, but someone else. He has a daughter called Larissa. Was it Lupita's? No. Who else did we learn something about recently? Christina? No. Sarah? No. I honestly don't remember. We had an unlock and I don't remember who it was. It was Lupita's alcohol one. Okay. Cool. Cool. Right, we have an onion. Let's... What were we doing with the onion? Who told us to get an onion anyway? We did all that we could in here, didn't we? Yes. I forgot to cross that one off. Why do I feel like you were the one meeting Wiki in the toilet, Sarah? And we need the Sarah thing before we can talk to Alexander again. Right. How are we doing? How are we doing for imposters? We are down to Roberto, Marin, Sarah, Ue, Elspeth, Ismail. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I guess we took the thing for Lupita and just used that, huh? Alright. So we need to figure out what Sarah was doing. We need to figure out who Wiki was meeting. We need to figure out what Sarah was doing before we talk to Alexander again. I guess we go through the fingerprints at Elspeth then. Hold it! If you're really so sure that you did not leave any traces, especially not on the murder weapon, then you surely have no problem with Mr. Pavlov paying you a visit to check your fingerprints, right? Unless, of course, you can provide me with an actual alibi for what you were doing at the time. And then it won't be necessary. If I were you, I'd make sure not to keep any secrets. Otherwise, it could backfire badly. Well then, I'll be on my way. Wait! There's a reason I can't tell you why I went to see Marin, or who I was with from 2:15 to 3. Was it Sarah? So you were with someone? Yes, but I can't tell you. You'd rather hide where you were than who you were with than have a solid alibi? There's a reason for that. I promise not to tell anyone. It could be that someone was with Elspeth sometime between 2 and 3, but she's too afraid to break a promise. You better ask that person if you can break that promise. Anyway, thanks for at least partially telling me. I guess I'll find out who that person was on my own. Okay, I think we take that back to Sarah, right? That was the right time zone, wasn't it? Timeline. Ta-da! They match! Well, Sarah, brace yourself for impact. I figured it out. You were the secret person who met with Elspeth after the evening ball. Amazing. Did she tell you, or did you figure it out on your own? She only mentioned that she had met someone, but she couldn't say who because she didn't want to break a promise. I have several theories as to what you two are up to. But I'd like to hear it from your mouth what 2 ladies are doing together, alone, this late at night. It is not what you think. After escorting Miss Lupita to her room, I ran into Miss Douglas, who looked like she was in search of something. Turns out she lost a trading card I found while showing Lupita to her room. A trading card? Yes, it was from the popular Trading Monsters game. Ah, Pokemon. We talked about it briefly when I suggested we play a little. After all, I had brought my video game console. So she invited me into her room, and we ended up trading and fighting some of our monsters. And then I showed her some tips on how to hunt for the perfect shiny. Trading monsters at this time of day in this hotel. Yes. Here, take a look. She traded me this cute plant dinosaur. It even knows the river beam move. Traded today at 2:37. Original owner Brave Lass 54. Sounds about right. Elspeth's gamer tag is Brave Lass 54. And you were with her from 2:15 to 3 in her room? Yes, we were talking and playing. And after that? Then we both got very tired and I decided to go to my room and sleep. Considering that Elspeth's room is close to the crime scene, did you see or hear anything interesting on your way back? Let me think. No, I do not think so. Good. That is all I needed to know. Thank you, Sarah. Please do not tell the others I was gaming so late. It's kind of embarrassing. We all have our dark little secrets. No worries. Except I am about to go talk to Alexander about it. Sorry, Sarah. Sarah did nothing suspicious that night. Well, she hung out with Elspeth. I mean, that's not actually suspicious. Hold it. I know for a fact she was with Elspeth late at night after the ball. What if Sarah was trying to seduce Elspeth during that time, just to find an opportunity to steal the master key from her? I've just realised what we need to talk to Roberto about. That's why we have the thing about Ue's daughter. That's how we're going to find out Roberto's the real Roberto. Then she could have easily found a way to get into Marin's room and commit murder. Talk about absurd theories from the world's most crooked lawyer. Fine, I take the bait, so hear me out. I probably should not tell you this, but Sir Engel knocked on my door late at night. I think it was around 3:15. That's extremely late. I suppose it was something important. You could say that. Sasha, I have a request. Can we talk in private? Sure, come in. Oh, what's the matter? Seeing you so serious is kind of unusual. I feel conflicted. My announcement during the Dia game was probably not the best way to tell you. Sarah, don't beat around the bush. Tell me what's bothering you. Tell me, are you not upset? Hey, there's nothing to worry about. We're just roommates. Those were my words. Back when you invited me to a romantic dinner to a fancy restaurant. I often think that my rejection was a bit too harsh. Oh, that was a long time ago. Still, in retrospect, I should have acted differently. After all, I kept teasing you. Do you remember when I accidentally forgot to lock the door while I was taking a bath? I hardly remember that. But why are you bringing this up now? It's a little difficult to explain, but you see, I was with Elspeth just a moment ago. Oh, and what did she say? She told me you were a pretty good dancer. I tried not to step on her toes. Still, it wasn't just me you were talking about, was it? Wait, don't tell me. Since you brought up my rejection, did you try to ask her out? No. We just chatted and played trade ones together. Although she did tell me something important. Ilmarinian apologized to her that he had to cancel their date because he became interested in another person. Looks like your lecture on morality really had an effect on him. It did, but at the same time I feel like a hypocrite now. Sasha, I want to sincerely apologize for playing with your heart. You have never mistreated me and have respected my boundaries while I have often crossed yours. I'm glad you realized that, but don't worry about it, it's okay. Also, it's not like you're the only woman I know in my life, so don't hold back and tell me. Who's your new crush? Sarah? What's wrong now? I got rejected. What? I was dancing with this person, and after we finished, I asked if we could spend more time together later. But this person said no. They were not interested. Whoa, that must have hurt. My head was all over the place the whole night, and it was very hard to stay focused. Playing trade bonds with Elspeth helped me think about something else for a while, but the pain is still there. Wait, you kept your tears with you all this time? Yes, I know this is a selfish request, but can I stay for a while? I need someone to help me take my mask off. Of course you can. I'm always here for you. Thank you. I'm not sure how long we talked, but it got very late. When she stopped crying her heart out, she fell asleep with her head on my shoulders. I carefully wrapped a blanket around her and conceded the bed to her while I decided to rest on the sofa. How can a shady guy like you have such a big heart? I don't want to hear that from the ace attorney whose ends justify the means. Touché. So, you two have an alibi from 3:15 until the body was found? Correct. Although I would like you to keep that a secret from everyone else. Sarah may not look it, but thanks to her lineage, she considers herself a proud warrior. I don't want anyone to know that she cried, do you understand? As if I would tell anyone. I still remember the drama when you accidentally mentioned to me she used to play with dolls. She almost killed me for that. But why are you two standing apart like this? I'm not quite sure myself. I guess it's a bit awkward to talk about yesterday. Oh well. Hey, Sasha, one last question. Did she tell you who her crush was? Yep. Is it Ilmarinian? Gerard, why do you want to know who Sir Angel's crush was? It could be important to the case. I'm sorry, but unless you give me an important reason why it matters who Sarah's crush was, I can't tell you. That would be because of the theory that Wilhelmine's dead because someone else likes Ilmarinian. If Ilmarinian is her crush, she might have a motive to get rid of Miss Anderson. We both know that Sir Angel is someone who takes what she wants. So why should a great warrior like her let someone else have a taste of the person she likes? Stop this at once before she hears you. It's not Ilmarinian. The person she likes is Ismael. Ismael? For real? The real Sir Angel has a crush on Ismael. Okay. Yes. Now you better stop accusing her of anything. Because I really don't like it when you overstep your bounds, okay? Yes, I promise I'm not going to start theorizing about Sarah again. Good. Alright. Let's stick our nose in the library and check the check marks. Sarah and Elspeth have been checked off. So we have Uwe and Roberto, who we're about to get some information for. Then Ismael and Ilmarinian. It would be awfully convenient if Ilmarinian was the doppelganger, because then it's doppelganger Ilmarinian that did the murdering. Right. Wait. I thought we were going to use the thing about Uwe's daughter. Huh. We're going to use Elspeth? I guess. Huh. Yeah. I guess. Because this clear shows you're a doppelganger. No. Okay. Alright. That's not working either. Man, I thought we had something and then we didn't. Alright. Yes, let's go to talk to Mr. Holmes about the key. That's what we need to talk to Mr. Holmes about, I think. That's the thing that's out of place. Nope, 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 nope. Just pressed the wrong button. Her dead body has a room key, but that's wrongly labelled. Objection! There was one thing that was anything but natural. It's the fact that the dead victim was holding a room key in her hand. I beg your pardon? Did I hear that right? Yes, you did. Here. This is the key I found. Her fingers were wrapped around the key, so it wasn't easy to notice at first glance. That's definitely strange. Why would the victim have this in her hand at the time of her death? I don't know, and something tells me it was not her own doing. What about the rule against the doppelganger? Well, apparently we're breaking that one. Instead, I suspect that someone else put the key in her hand. For what reason? Well, you see, the key has a label with the number 206 on it, which indicates that this would be the key to the victim's room. But I checked for myself. It is not. Nor is it the room key of my defendant. This key is currently the biggest mystery in this case. Could the key have been the reason for her murder? What do you mean? It could be that this key holds a secret that Mr. Haller was trying to get hold of. I'd even go so far as to say that blackmail was involved. The culprit may have murdered the victim for blackmail. Okay. I think we are getting a bit off track here. After all, it is very obvious that these two met because they had a date. Is there any guarantee that what Mr. Heller and Miss Anderson had was a date? Yes, because we were told there was. Hold it! The victim's sister made it very clear that the victim and my client had a date at midnight. They talked about it while they were playing charades, which must have been an hour before you arrived at the hotel. I see. So both parties had given their prior consent for this romantic meeting to take place. Exactly. But that's not all. Your blackmail theory has another problem. If my client was really being blackmailed, he would not have left the key in her hand after murdering her. He would have taken it after killing the victim. And not to mention the part where he most likely disposed of the victim by at least throwing her out of the window. It could be a simple case of fatigue that caused him to make this mess. I don't know the details of what happened in that room, but it's not unreasonable to assume they were engaged in strenuous physical activity. After that, there may have been some sort of disagreement over the key that led to Miss Anderson's demise. When your client had finished silencing her forever, he was too tired to dispose of the body and simply collapsed from the stress. I am not sure what to make of this theory. Alternatively, the simple explanation is your client wanted to get caught. Guilt-ridden, he felt too paralyzed to clean up his mess and waited for justice to catch up with him. Even now, he can't fight for himself because the fear of guilt keeps him from standing on his own 2 feet. Well, that's your theory, and I can't disprove it at the moment. So, do you have any other kind of theory about it? Yes, I do. One involving the master key. My client was simply framed, and the real culprit took Elspeth's master key while she was not looking. Or it could be that Elspeth herself is the culprit and... Hold on, Mr. Perigord. I very much doubt that someone like Miss Douglas would have the mental strength to commit murder. I also doubt that anyone could borrow Miss Douglas's master key without her noticing. Well, what if it was Sarah? Objection, it is possible. Sarangel visited Elspeth late at night for a little gaming session. She could easily have snatched Elspeth's master key while her eyes were glued to the screen, or returned it if she had taken it earlier. So you are accusing Elspeth of being sloppy. Why does he have a K above his head now? Rather than a number. What? What? It pains me to say this, but there have been a few previous instances of things suddenly disappearing around her. Very well. In that case, I will consider your theory as a possibility. Great, that's all I needed to hear for now. How about we move on to a slightly different topic? As you wish. Can you reconstruct what you did starting yesterday up until the point when we discovered the body? That's quite the task you're giving me, Mr. Perigord. I know, but it's important. You see, I am following some leads currently, and I want to know if the testimonies I've received line up. Ah, could it be Mr. Holmes that Wiki was meeting in the toilet? So it is very important that you tell me everything from your point of view, so I can expose the potential criminal who's still at large. Ooh, Elspeth, hello. Fancy a cup of tea? Sure. Oh, excuse me, Miss Douglas. Yes, sir? How can I help you? May I order some tea for myself and Mr. Perigord? Oh, certainly. Oh, what flavour? Green tea, if it's not too much trouble. Earl Grey for me. Oh, and hot, please. All right, gentlemen. I'll be right back. While we wait, I might as well get... While we wait, I might as well start with my story. As you know, I arrived at the hotel around 6. My car showed no signs of life, and there were no other buildings nearby, so I tried my luck here. In the lobby, I met Miss Douglas and your client, Mr. Haller. He was a very welcoming fellow. He offered to show me around the hotel. He also helped me familiarize myself with most of the faces and their names. Just like I did back then. I see. Did anything special happen during that time? Not really. Everyone seemed rather cheerful despite the continuing bad weather. My reunion with Miss Hagen was a little unexpected, but otherwise nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Except for one thing. What is it? I'm all ears. When Mr. Heller had finished showing me around, we went into my room together for a moment. And then something strange happened. May I ask, the cook's name is Mr. Lowensan, isn't it? Does he have a daughter? Yes, he sometimes talks about her when we play tarot together. Do you happen to know his daughter's first name? Aha, this is where we're using this one. There we go. Hold it. Her name is Larissa, if I am not mistaken. I see. In that case, please listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Ooh, is Ue the one? Or is it Marin? So, what do you think? I think I can get used to this place for a while. May I ask you to join me for a cup of tea? Oh, I'm more of a coffee guy. Maybe later if I don't have anything else to do. Be my guest. Who could that be now? Please come in. The door is not locked. Oh, Clara! Service. Huh? What are you doing here? Greetings, young lady. How can I help you? I was the previous occupant of this room. I think I forgot something. Wait, is the doppelganger Clara? If it's not too much trouble, could I take a quick look to see if it's still around somewhere? Of course, I haven't unpacked yet, so feel free to look around the room to your heart's content. Thank you very much. What's your name? Oh, you can call me Professor Holmes. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance. Holmes, You a detective by any chance? Or the owner of a castle? Oh, it's not the first time I've been asked that question, but no. I'm just a humble lecturer at a university in London. Although calling me a detective is not that far off. After all, those who study under me turn out to be capable crime fighters. Why is that? What do you teach? Forensic psychology and criminal profiling. Wait, really? That sounds kind of cool. Interesting. Enough about me. May I ask your name? Oh, sure. I'm Larissa. Larissa Lowensan. Oh, really, Clara? You have a similar dialect to the cook and share his surname. Are you related to him? Yes, I'm his daughter. I went to see him because he rarely gets time off, and yet he didn't pay much attention to me. I see. What's wrong, Mr. Heller? You seem to be rather pale. Oh, nothing. Well... Let me explain the situation. Our reunion is a bit awkward. The thing is, me and Marin broke up today. I told him he would never see me again. Speaking of which, I think I now know where I left my bra. Didn't think I'd noticed, did you? Your bra? Sorry, Prof, but I need to have a serious talk with my ex. Marin, to your room. I want my bra back now. Of course. Sorry, Professor Holmes. I'm sorry you have to witness this. Ah, don't worry about it. What I would give to be young like you again. In that case, have a nice day. Oh, wait. May I have a moment? Yeah. I must say, I really like your sense of fashion. I hope I don't disappoint you, but I'm not interested in older men. God forbid! It was not my intention to flirt with you. Good. But I would like to ask if I could check your headwear for a moment. My headwear? Yes, you see, I have a friend who collects exotic hats. He usually pays good money for them. And I've never seen one like yours before. I'm very curious to know where you got it. Oh, this one? It's from a regional Gothic fashion shop. I think it's from Munich? Really? You know, I've been to Munich with him a few times and I've never seen anything like that. Oh, did I say Munich? I guess it's from Ingolstadt. I see. Can I borrow it for a moment? I'm sorry, but I feel a bit naked without it, so no. I'd rather lose my eyesight than have my hat taken. Really? Is it that important to you? You could say that. I once borrowed her hat without permission and almost lost my hearing because she got really mad at me. First you stole my heart, then my hat, now my bra. Speaking of which, Marin. Yeah, it's in my room. You can have it back. So, once again, please excuse us, Professor. Of course. Well, I guess that K is for Clara, then. The two of them were a bit of an odd couple. Mr. Perigord? Yes, I'm listening and sorting my thoughts. Have you made acquaintance with Miss Loenzahn in the past? I have, but only sparingly. Speaking of her, may I ask your opinion as a psychology expert? About her, on what grounds? Is Larissa capable of committing murder? After all, she could have hid in the hotel and murdered Miss Anderson while at the same time blaming her ex for the crime. An intriguing theory. My encounter with her was rather brief, so I can by no means make a complete profile of her. But since you insist, I can give you my thoughts on the information I have. Yes, please do. At first glance, Miss Loenzahn seems to be very confident and the dominant person in their relationship. She's in control when they talk to each other. Even after their separation, Mr. Haller did not speak against her. But at the same time, she exuded an immense amount of insecurity, especially when it came to her appearance. Based on the story of how she reacted when Mr. Haller took her hat, it was a visible attack on her ego. In addition, when asked about her father, her facial expression was somewhat negative. Her possibly poor relationship with her father could be the root of her insecurities. Which leads to the following. If it was Loenzahn who initiated the breakup, it's very likely that she felt insulted that her ex had found someone new to flirt with. She may have been filled with jealousy and regret that she'd thrown something valuable away, and she may have been trying to get back at him. If Mr. Haller could tell me what they did when they were alone, it would help me a lot to put the missing piece of the puzzle together. It sounds like a great analysis, but I am very short on time, so May I ask you to give me the short version? Is jealousy a valid reason for Miss Lowenthal to murder Miss Anderson? In a vacuum, it fits for a character with her personality, so yes. Thank you. Note that she seems to have left the building after receiving her missing underwear. In this case, you may be chasing a ghost. And if not, then maybe we have a new prime suspect. Unlikely, isn't it? Want to make a bet? I decline, but if you do find her, please let me know. Sure. As if. There must be a reason why Clara lied about her identity. Worse, everything she told him was a lie. She never even wore a bra during the time she was in the hotel. Very perceptive, are we, Gerard? I have to find her, but without attracting the attention of the others. What's next? What time did they leave? This must have been about 6:30. After that, I was alone and busy unpacking. The next thing I knew, I was in the dining hall. It was announced that there was a ball that night. Elspeth is back with the tea. Sorry for the wait. Here's the tea you both ordered. Thank you, Miss Douglas. No problem. Anything for our dear esteemed guests. So, where was I? Right, the announcement in the dining room. No sooner had I checked in than the hotelier forced me to dance with a lady whom I'd never seen before in my life. I imagine that was a very fever dream-like experience. Yes, it was, the kind you only see in the movies. Fortunately, my designated dance partner introduced herself to me. It was Miss Lupita, right? Indeed, she and her acquaintance, Mr. Jeekstra, invited me to the bar to get to know each other. And we stayed until 8, when the evening ball was about to start. And how long did you stay at the ball? Till the end, around 2. Unfortunately, Miss Lupita was getting more and more into alcoholic drinks after her acquaintance had that medical accident. So I decided to sit it out when she got a bit too flirty. I do not want to make enemies in this hotel. Understandable. Did you dance with anyone else? Well, yes. Miss Sarangel asked me out once. And after the ball ended? I helped Mr. Algieri return all the bottles to the bar. We had some interesting banter about the evening. By 3, we were finished. I went back to my room, alone of course, and it didn't take me long to fall asleep. It has been a long day for me. Okay, last question time. What time did you get up from bed? I slept until around 8 when Miss Douglas woke me up by knocking on my door and telling me there had been a murder. Well, he's lying. I see. Thank you for that detailed summary. I hope it was worth your time. Unbeknownst to him, I can sometimes smell outright lies like this one. You got up much earlier. Mr. Holmes was likely awake before 8. Okay. I guess I need to do some digging. Miss Douglas, what are you still doing here? Oh, I don't really have anything to do at the moment except wait, and it was kind of interesting to listen to your discussion. Would you like me to leave? No, I wanted to ask you something anyway. Is anyone missing their room key right now? Oh, why are you asking? Mr. Perigord found a room key with the number 206 on it, but apparently it's the wrong one because it doesn't belong to the victim's door. Is it Elspeth's key? Because she never locks her room. Let me have a look. I can't tell just by looking if this is the right key or not. And no one has contacted me that they've lost their room key either. In that case, can you unlock Wilhelmine's room door with your master key? Would that be possible? Oh, sure, I can do that. The door is now open. Thank you, Elspeth. Let's see what I can find in the victim's room. Maybe there's a clue somewhere. Mind if I join you? It has been a while since I observed some field work. Can I be part of the team too? I'm super curious. Wait a minute. Oh, it's the boss. Holmes? Holmes? What do you know, Holmes? Mr. Holmes, are you the Sandman? I was wondering when he was asking about Clara's hat. Sir Fun Collector, is there a problem? I could get used to being called that. But yes, there is a problem. Only those who are assigned to be detectives can do the initial investigation of a relevant room. In other words, I can't allow anyone to enter except Gerard, who stands in for Ilmarinian, and Wiki, who takes the side of the rival. In that case, will I be allowed to be a temporary substitute for Miss Hagen? After all, our interests should be closely aligned. I will report my findings to her truthfully. Well, since you were her teacher in the past, I think I can make a rare exception. Wiki is busy with Ilmarinian anyway. She hasn't left her room since the investigation started. You mean Ilmarinian's room? And the worst thing is I can't be mad at her, because keeping guests alive is the only thing she's really good at. So, Ohms. Okay, yeah, so you also believe that's Moriarty then, Gaspenger? Okay. Excuse me, I mean Professor Holmes. Please investigate Wilhelmine's room on Wiki's behalf and report your findings to her. You both get 5 bonus minutes. Please use them wisely. As you wish, sir. Ooh, 5 bonus minutes. Elspeth, please fetch Wiki while the gentlemen are occupied. Aye, boss. Alright, before we investigate Wilhelmine's room, I need some water. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Ah, he said, wasn't he introduced like us at the ball yesterday? Oh, you mean as the thumb collector? Oh, you're right, because he was part of the collectors band, right? That would be why, yes, that would be why Moriarty was calling him Mr. Thumb Collector. Okay, so things to look at. Several. Hey, we got a bonus 5 minutes for a room that contains 4 clues. Ah, let's leave. No, he got through the door. No, okay. Do you see what I see? What's up? Have you found something? There seems to be a vermin. Uh-oh. Oh, rat. It disappeared somewhere near the corner of the wall. Right, there is no way that a mouse ate its way through ceramic tiles. Surely. There seems to be a mouse hole. Wait a minute, maybe I can... What are you doing? I am trying to see if I can reach the beast with my arm. Be careful, those creatures will bite if they feel threatened. In the time since the case where we found out there wasn't a hidden passage in the wall, that's true. Oh, right, good call. Just so we're clear, there's no way a human could ever slip through that little mouse hole, is there? That would be impossible. And I couldn't detect any device or button inside this shaft either. Ergo, this mouse hole has nothing to do with this murder. It's an interesting painting. Let me check something. There might be something behind it. No, it's just a boring painting. I wouldn't call it boring. I admire the way the colours are used to represent the lady sitting on the car. What kind of car might it be? Perhaps... no, sorry, maybe it is an Why are we wasting time discussing a picture? There is a murder case we need to solve. Quite right. Sorry, everything's fine. Time is often too short to admire art. I don't know enough about cars to know whether that was relevant or not. What about this bedside table? Is there anything remarkable inside? Can't hurt to check. Let's see. What? Okay, Gerard, I'm gonna need to look up what that even is. Wallet. Okay. I probably should have figured that one out because money is in there, and I guess for portable, I guess. Portemonnaie, a book about learning Finnish. Nothing unusual, I would say. She does have a book about learning Finnish. Do you see what I see? You mean the key on the table in full view of anyone who enters the room? Exactly that key. Let's give it a try, shall we? Be my guest, but please keep it in sight at all times. Gosh, you must have a very low opinion of lawyers if you're worried I'm going to change it in secret. Are we effectively obtaining another locked room? Look at that! The door is locked now. This is definitely Wilhelmine's key to her room. The real one. Wilhelmine's room key was in her own room, but her room door was locked. And in this hotel you have to use the key to lock the door, right? I'm pretty sure. The doors don't auto-lock like in other hotels. Well, yeah. Because I have locked my hotel room key inside my room. Well, I mean, that was a key card rather than an actual key. Fascinating. Do you realize what this means? Yes, I do, but before we act, we should eliminate all other possibilities. Exactly. Don't count your chickens before they're hatched. This feels like winning the lottery. Which is weird. I didn't even buy a ticket. I think it's time to report our findings. Indeed, we need to warn the hotelier that Ilmarinian's arrest is unwarranted due to this new clue that we found. Right, but before that, there's something else we need to tell him first. Sir Thumb Collector, I must say, this establishment has a problem that needs to be addressed. Ah, the mice. What's wrong with it? It appears to be infested with vermin. We discovered a rat in the bathroom. Oh, I apologize deeply for this. Mince and Mounts are trying their best to keep them at bay, yet my feline subordinates are quite lacking in their department. I will task them to eradicate this problem immediately. Are the rats the only thing you found in this room? No, Miss Anderson's room key was located inside the room, but no person was hiding inside. Why does he still trust those cats? Good question. The door was locked until Elspeth used her master key just a moment ago. Sir Thumb Collector, are you aware of the implications? He's very aware. He set it up. Look at that face. No, please do tell, so a simple hotelier like me can also understand it. Hey, I brought Wiki with me, as you requested. Sup, did you guys figure something out? Perfect timing, Miss Hagen. We just found out something important. Oh, I'm all ears. Remember the room key I found when I examined the victim's hand? Yep, what's wrong with it? It wasn't her room key. Someone put the 206 label on it to confuse us. Because the real key was in her room all along. Let me guess, her room door was locked. Correct. We had to ask Miss Douglas to unlock it for us. We also checked the whole room to see if anyone was hiding, but the room was otherwise empty. In other words, someone stole the real key from the victim and planted it in her room. Then that person locked the door with the master key and left. And that person in question can't be my client for several reasons. After all, he was in his own room when Elspeth found him. And how did Elspeth find my client? By using the master key. And who else used the master key? The person who put the real room key in Wilhelmine's room. So the real culprit is either Elspeth. No, it wasn't me. Or someone who borrowed the master key from her. Sheesh, okay, where do I start? You know, this whole story would have more weight if you argued that Wilhelmine was murdered in her own room. And then you could say that the real culprit dragged her into Marin's room while he was asleep. But you already said you met them both outside his room, so that would be impossible. In other words, this key doesn't prove much, it's just a red herring. Nothing to warrant lifting Marin's arrest. Now, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I have to go back and deal with my criminal. Ooh, did she drop something on the way out? Thanks, Agent Hagen. You just handed me the perfect theory. After all, who is to say that Wilhelmine's murder took place during the rendezvous and not after? Wilhelmine may have been murdered after their date ended. Take it easy, Elspeth. You heard the expert. You are innocent until proven guilty, so please go back to your post and ignore what just happened. Okay. Now that this is over, I'll return to my office. By the way, feel free to visit Nimmerus in the library when you feel ready to expose the imposter. Hey, I want to go look at... Ah, darn it. It appears we were too hasty in our conclusions. While the room key shows there are still unknown variables in this case, it doesn't provide an alibi for your client. No, that key is his ticket to freedom, and I already have an idea how to use it. If you are curious, feel free to take a seat in the courtroom and watch. We gained we gained basically 2 theories out of that, so gladly. A lot has just happened. Elspeth is getting more and more suspicious by the minute, and as the master key must have been involved in this little side mystery. And then there is the question of when the victim was murdered. Judging by my timetable, the most interesting time would be 3 in the morning. After all, that's when some of the actors were moving around without an alibi. Oh, we gained a... Ah, yes. I see what you mean, Drag. And not to forget, I should look around and see if Clara, is hiding somewhere. Time to tie up those last loose ends with Wiki before facing the mighty walrus. But first I would like to see the thing that Wiki dropped on the floor on the way out. How curious. Looks like someone dropped a key. I recognize that one. It's for the restroom on the main floor. Might as well use it. Restroom key acquired. Aha. I wonder, how do I know this is the restroom key? That is a real good question. Okay, we haven't checked the timeline in a while. See, we do have some gaps up there. But those are not the relevant gaps. The relevant gaps are in this range here. So let's go find out what's in the loo. aside from possibly Clara. And it's open. Okay, there are no people. But it looks like someone hid something in the system. A toilet, nothing unusual at first glance. But maybe there is something in the water container above. Probably just a waste of time, but I'm too curious not to check. Is that... is that a dog ball? What is this? A toy ball? There was a toy ball hidden in the toilet room. This completely harmless item must have something to do with the murder. I better take it with me. Huh. Ooh. Just a moment. Who's this gonna be? I ate something really bad and now I have Fauci. I really need to use the toilets. Oh, it's Clara. The spikes on it make you think of something you'd put in the washing. Oh, yeah. You're right. They do make you think of that. Or they would if you had ones that looked like that. Because the balls I have that go in the washing machine don't have spikes on them. Hey, Clara? What are you doing here? Shh, not so loud. If someone knocks, say it's occupied and only you, do you understand? Okay. Good, let's whisper. But first, sorry for invading your privacy so suddenly. No worries, I was just doing some investigating. What do you want? I need to hide for a while. The key collector is after me again. Key collector? If you see him, don't mention me, okay? I can't do that. I have to go anyway, time is running out. Hey, wait! Can you please discreetly tell Marin to meet me here? That might be a little difficult. He's asleep right now and I don't know when or if he'll wake up. He's also suffering from amnesia, and he's the prime suspect in a murder case. Unbelievable! How can one guy have so much bad luck at once? Just so you know, I'm currently acting in his best interest by trying to clear his name. Oh, so you two are working together now. Well, that's a relief you're not bad at your job. Welcome back, Nick. We have learned a lot of things. That's a huge understatement to describe the world's greatest ace attorney, but I take it as a compliment. Since I'm already in here, is there anything you want to know? Yeah, tell me about Professor Holmes. Why did you hide your identity from Professor Holmes? I don't know if Professor Holmes is who he seems to be. If he isn't, then it's only fair I don't reveal my true identity, isn't it? If you say so. By the way, are you in any way connected to the murder case? I don't even know who or how many people died. But feel free to make up theories about me if it helps you in your case. I don't care. Thank you for your kind offer. Progresses the story. Okay, not that. Oh boy. Okay. We can have Imposter might be a terrible idea, progresses the story. Or I'm leaving now, progresses the story, you might miss out on something. Well, anytime this game has told me it might be a terrible idea, I've done it. So there's something I want to know. How can I be sure you're the real Clara Frank and not just a doppelganger? Why are you asking me that particular question? There's an imposter in this hotel right now, and it's actually my main job to find out who it is. Oh, well, since you helped me out before, I guess I can do you a favor. Would you like me to give you a hint or two? Yes, sure, why not? Because it might spoil the fun. So, do you want my help? Oh boy! Leads to a major story path. Might be a terrible idea. Progresses the story, or no, you might miss out on something. I mean, terrible ideas go! Bom. Who cares about fun? If solving this mystery helps me save Marion, then I will not complain about the help. Very well, I'll be brief. I don't know how the rules are set, but I know some of the limitations of these imposters. If it's Alentora, you can already rule out half the cast. From what my master told me, the body she currently controls can only transform into inanimate objects or female humans. I'm not sure if this means biologically or what she perceives as a female person, but she can't turn into, say, Uwe or Roberto. But if it's the actual doppelganger, then that's a bit more complicated. She's much more cunning than Alentora and can maintain a perfect disguise for a long time, but she has an Achilles heel. If another human finds the body she's currently impersonating, her disguise will be broken. She also has some strange habits that sometimes show through her disguise. I see. How do you know so much about them? Well, that is a very expensive piece of information. But I'll tell you if you can tell me the divisors of the number 72727 in 5 seconds. Probably... I want to say 9's involved. This is too easy. There are no divisors other than itself and 1. Okay, never mind. Because 72727 is a palindromic prime. See, I just took the 27 and went, hey, 9's. I didn't consider the 7 at the beginning. If it was just 2727, 9 would be involved, I think. This answer came out immediately. I didn't know lawyers were so good at math. Well, obviously you have to be good at math to calculate the outcome of a trial beforehand. What's that smug look on your face? Well, I'm honored. Koi, what are you talking about? It does have 9? Yes, 7, yes, sorry. You were just going with 2727, yeah. See, that's the bit I got distracted by. You wanted me to figure this out, right? I just want to get this over with so I can concentrate on getting Marion an acquittal. Come on, drop the masquerade for a moment. You're still pretending to be Gerard even after I figured it out? Oh, Gerard! Pretending? What are you implying? You're the imposter, obviously. What? Who? Me? Talk about nonsense. I remember a lot of things I shouldn't know if I really was the imposter. Like the details of the ball and that I practiced the dance with Elspeth. Or how I met Ilmarinian and Wilhelmine outside their room at night. Are you really sure they are your own memories or just something you heard from the real Gerard before you stole his identity? Clara, no offense, but that is the stupidest thing I have heard today. If I really am the imposter, then why do I not remember? Besides, it would take away the whole challenge of figuring it out. Worse, I remember standing next to Wiki the whole time when the first swap was announced. Your theory has more holes than Swiss cheese. You're right, it's a stupid theory. Almost as stupid as the Riemann hypothesis. You take that back right now. How dare you insult the most beautiful theorem in... Wait a minute. Why do I care so much about that? I don't even know what this theorem is about. A French lawyer who feels offended when I trash talk the most famous unsolved problem in mathematics, which is closely related to prime numbers. I don't know what you think, but I feel you're acting very suspicious at the moment. As if you weren't the real Gerard, but a doppelganger who loves to geek out about prime numbers. But that's impossible. I am me, Gerard Perregord. I know my whole life I can count all my victories. My, how many were there? It wasn't a prime number. I don't remember. What do your parents look like? What was the real name of your last client? I don't know. But I do know something. My life goal. That's something no imposter, doppelganger or mimic could ever take from me. And you really say I am not Gerard? I can't guarantee it, but the Gerard I know wasn't that deep into mathematics when I talked to him last time. Why the long face? It's the solution to whatever stupid game you have to play at the moment. But I don't remember being a doppelganger either. Didn't you mention that Marion is currently suffering from amnesia? Who's to say it's not related to what happened to you? Have you found out what caused it? No, my guess is he was hit on the head. Sheesh, I never thought I'd be in this position. Anyway, it's nice to finally meet you in person, doppelganger. Maybe there's a way to get that mask off. Do you mind if I touch your face for a moment? If you promise to be careful. Please, as if I'd ever dare to harm a high-level dream demon like you. I'm a what? Looks like Gerard's face is stuck on you right now. And unfortunately, I don't know the Song of Healing to make it come off. I guess you've met a terrible fate, haven't you? Can you please stop mocking me? Sorry, I'm just enjoying this absolutely hilarious situation. I never thought I'd be stuck in a small restroom with one of the most notorious dream demons of all time. Besides, I'm almost offended that you haven't tried to hit on me yet. Did they really conceal that part of you as well? Sorry, must be extremely weird to be stuck within another person's body and memories. By the way, what's the item you're holding? Oh, it looks like a ball. Ah, right, I completely forgot about the case for a moment. If you excuse me, I need to get back to Marin's room. Even if I might be an imposter, I still care about solving this case. Wait, one last thing before you go. What is it? See me again when you get your memories back. Because I have a proposal you'll surely want to hear about. I'll keep it in mind. We're the doppelganger! I don't know if I want to talk to you right now, Process. Alright, fine. Oh, hey, Process. Mr. Perregord, what a surprise. I was expecting someone else to come out of the bathroom. I am sorry to disappoint you. It's all right. Though, what will you do with her now? The little raven lady is hiding in a cage, thinking she's safe from me. But locked doors do not bother someone who likes to collect keys. The moment she takes her eyes off the door, she'll be back in chains. Oh, so you're the key collector, are you, Princess? Speaking of keys, we still have a mystery one. And I have my suspicions about it. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, fine. Gerard's real body is inside his room, right? Alright, let's talk to Wiki. Actually, let's talk to Ilmarinian. And now, how do I get Marin to eat the onion? Maybe I should have squeezed it into onion juice instead. Gerard, what's that strange smell? Oh, don't mind me. I brought an onion for Ilmarinian. What for? Onions have what amnesiacs crave. It's got sulfur. That's not how it works. Sulfur helps prevent memory problems, not cure them. Still, I think Marin should take a bite or two. Gerard, what is this supposed to mean? A trustworthy friend of mine suggested that Marin take one after hearing he can't remember what happened. That's stupid. How can bringing a vegetable... Oh, wait a minute. Bring a vegetable? I did the same thing in the past to tell Marin to check the storage room. Who told you that? That was Roberto. You better make sure this Roberto is a real Roberto. If you tell me how. Ask him about the last book I borrowed from the library. Only Marin and Roberto know about it. It's Death in Venice. Ah, the book that you definitely didn't borrow from that library. Roberto could be the imposter if he can't remember which book he last borrowed from the library. Thank you for telling me. You can also leave the onion here. I'll force feed Marin as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Alright, Wiki. Sitting on a toilet seat at 3 and I certainly didn't meet anyone. We do have Mr. Holmes was awake earlier than 8. Why not? Objection! I know exactly who you met with in that restroom and I have proof. There's no way you could have found out. I call your bluff. Take that, Agent Hagen. It was Professor Holmes. You met with him because he was an old lover of yours. In fact, you had a forbidden affair with him back when you were his student, and now that fire was rekindled when he appeared in this hotel. Gerard, stop spreading fake news before someone stupid enough starts believing it. First of all, who in the world would go on a date with someone just to meet a secret lover later? You mean besides Marin? Besides Marin. Now for real, I did not meet Professor Holmes that night. We hardly interacted at all yesterday. Well, that's too bad. I really thought he was the one you met with. Because that means you don't have an alibi for that time. And... Wiki, this objection wasn't just for show. It was to give you a free ticket for your own survival. Because I know exactly who will be swallowed by the darkness of the law. Well, that won't be me. Just because I was alone in the restroom for a brief moment doesn't mean I can't provide an alibi for that time. There's something else that'll do just fine. Something else. The toy ball. Something else? You mean like that toy ball? Oh, hey, you found it. Care to explain how that gives you an alibi? Well, I put it there. In the time between 3 and 3:15. Do you have any proof it was you who put it there? Or better yet, that it was you at that exact time? Now you mention it. It doesn't prove anything, I guess. Wiki, I don't understand you at all. Let's ignore this alibi thing for a moment because there's something else that really worries me. Have you put any effort into the investigation at all? You hardly left Marin's side. Can you even say how exactly the victim was murdered? Is the gun really the weapon? What's the time of death? Is it before or after 2? You call yourself a professional, an agent, and yet all you do is let the culprit rest on your lap? We don't even know if this is the real Ilmarinian. How I do my work is none of your business, Gerard. You should know by now I do things differently. I noticed that, and I am not sure what to think of it. You're sloppy. I guess I have to demonstrate my methods to shut you up. Objection! How can you call me sloppy when you can't even figure out for yourself that Ilmarinian is not the imposter? Huh? How can you say that? Take a look at his back. I smeared blood on his back before the ball started. How and why, Wiki? And he still has some traces of that blood on him. Nobody besides me and him knew about this. How curious. Why did you do that? Not telling. Is this blood in any way responsible for his amnesia? No, that's impossible. Anyway, I think we're done with this discussion. I'm ready for the trial now, so you better finish up that imposter search quick. Yeah, I'd better. We are missing a couple of things. Unlocked by talking to Roberto, by talking to Gerard. During court. Those don't count right now. During court. Talking to Ismail. Oh yes, we still have something to talk to Ismail about, don't we? Talking to Alexander, talking to Roberto. Okay. We have a way to prove that Roberto is not the imposter. Thing is that we know who is, but how do we prove it? Alright, Roberto, short pop quiz. Which book did Wiki last borrow from the library? I'm not sure what this has to do with anything, but the book in question was Death in Venice. Yep, that's right. Which means you are the real Roberto here. Looks like I'm making good progress on my subtask. Obviously, I am right. Keeping track of where each book is one of my most important tasks. Especially when it comes to the books of man. Ah! So you knew where it came from then, Roberto. I'm not supposed to lend them out, but Wiki has shown that she knows the value of a good book. She has earned my trust in that regard. What is so special about these so-called Books of Man? I do not know. They are good, but nothing special. Could it be? You're onto something? Since this is a murder case, I think it's worth telling you. As much as I enjoy working with my boss, I'm afraid I'll have to go against his interests. Because when I reported that little incident, I was told to keep quiet about it. What incident? Listen, Gerard, I will tell you this only once. Miss Anderson and Miss Mikiewicz were snooping about in the basement yesterday. Really? What were they doing there? I'm not sure, but I suppose they were looking for something. It was about 7:45, just before the ball started. I noticed them by chance and waited a moment before revealing myself. Mimi, can we please go? This place is really spooky. There are so many cobwebs. What if I catch a spider by chance? Don't tell me you're afraid of arachnoids. Who isn't? Those eight-legged monsters deserve to be exterminated. A world without spiders would be hard to live in. After all, they serve as a great pest control against harmful insects. You should appreciate that. Sis, watch out! A rat! Where is it? Just kidding. Hey, wait. Why did you pull out your gun? Mimi, I was only joking. There's no rat. I don't play games with my heart. Why are you so afraid of them? Unlike spiders, rats are actually dangerous. Those little critters and their fleas were responsible for the Black Death and the spread of several other diseases. Come on, sis. We're not living in the Middle Ages anymore. Rats are cool. They're smart enough to learn how to drive miniature cars. This is true. I have seen the articles. And the videos. Enough of that. I must concentrate on the task at hand. Still haven't found it? No, not yet. But I'm sure it's here somewhere. Excuse me, ladies. Oh, crap! Mr. Alighieri? Since you seem lost, may I escort you back to the main floor? You may. Please lead the way. Thank you, and please stay out of the basement. It's off limits to non-personnel. I am authorized to use force if this rule is broken, so please don't let me find you here again. Understood. Now, I did want to go down to the basement next. I guess I'm going anyway. Since you heard that Miss Anderson had a gun, have you not been afraid of being shot? A thought has crossed my mind, but it's important to keep order in the hotel. What were they looking for? I do not know because I did not ask them. The only thing down in the basement is books, and none of them are exotic enough to warrant a robbery. And yet, based on your story, they were clearly looking for something in secret. I have a somewhat educated guess that she was looking for one of Man's books. But other than the hotelier not wanting to lend them, they have no particular value. And why do you think this is somehow connected to the murder? You see, it is possible that Miss Anderson continued her search after leaving the ball at 10. Since most of us were still busy attending the ball at the time, including myself. Interesting, that could be possible. It might be worthwhile to check her belongings as well as her room. If you find a book, please return it to me. Just one question. Could one of those books be the motive for the murder? Not likely. The fact that they were stolen may have irritated me and possibly the hotelier, but in no way could it be the main reason for the murder. What if she found a book so secret that the hotelier was forced to end her life? Mr. Gastvanger would never dare harm his guests. He's the best boss I've ever had. Yeah, I know it was a stupid idea. And yet it is a possibility. It is possible the victim was murdered because she stole something from the basement. Anyway, thanks for telling me. Right, I'd wanted to go to the basement anyway, because we're still missing what that key could possibly be to. So, could it be the key to the basement? I feel we need to check. I'm also going to save because it's been a little while. Okay, there's nothing here. Or down here. Okay. We cannot boot the door. Well, it was worth trying. Wilhelmine's room. I mean, we didn't see a book when we looked here before, and we don't see a book now. Alright, Ismail, I believe, is the last person we have something to talk to about. But also, I am going to go stick my nose in the pantry. Is the real Gerard in the freezer? Is that where he is? Anyway, Ismail. If there's anything else important that you should know. Wait, are we telling? Oh no! Why do bodies keep ending up in cold storage? Because it's the easiest place to keep bodies. You know, so they don't start to smell. Are we really about to tell Ismail that Sarah has a crush on him? Yes, we are. Hold it. Yes, what's up now? I'm not sure if I should bring this up since it has nothing to do with the murder case. But since we have known each other for quite some time, I have to ask. What's the matter now? Why did you reject her? What? Reject who? The person who asked you out. God, what are you talking about? No one asked me out. Wait a minute. Now that you mention it, Sarah wanted to chill at the bar after the ball. And I said no because I was already pretty exhausted from all the action and just wanted to go to bed. That's why I left already at 1:30. I see. You should talk to her because I'm afraid she took it the wrong way. Wait, you mean she's into me? You're not kidding. I am not. That is why I am bringing this up. Never in my dream would I have thought the person she had a crush on was me. So it was just a misunderstanding. Well, kind of. Although, the end result would have been the same if I understood her intentions correctly. I already have a girlfriend. Her name is Sophia. Wait, really? Yep, she's a sweet girl from Greece. That's a surprise. Why have you never mentioned her before? Well, it wasn't really serious until recently. Especially since her parents don't like people from another continent. Well, you know what I mean. I talked to Uwe about it when I made the muffins, so apart from him, you're the only one who knows at the moment. The real Ismail told the real Uwe that he has a girlfriend named Sophia. Okay. We don't want to make it public until we're super sure it's gonna last. I see. Well, congratulations on your happiness. Thanks, man. Oh, I gotta tell Sarah about this now. Can't have her crying over someone who hasn't noticed her advances. Sorry, who hasn't even noticed her advances. Thanks for telling me, I guess. You are welcome. So we gained information. That's what I thought. He's from Turkey. Yeah. Yeah, I can see why her parents don't like you very much. So, that's all of our scissor hints right now. Putting very big quotes on that one, because technically there is unlocked during court and unlocked by talking to Gerard. Well, I guess it's time to go see a walrus about a doppelganger. Hey, look! Everyone's got a tick on them now. Hello, Nimorous. Now, want to start the show early? Are you ready? Ready as I'll ever be. Of course I am. I was born ready. Wonderful. Then let the game begin. Dear viewers, welcome. I am Nimorous, host of the 66th Who's the Copycat show. Today's contestant is Ace Attorney Gerard. Many of you know him from the Murder Hotel show. A round of applause. The stakes are high. If Gerard uncovers Imposter, it will help Detective Haller solve murder case. But if Gerard fails, he will get bone-crushing experience. Bone-crushing? What is that supposed to mean? Do not think about it. It just makes it harder to concentrate. Right. As if I'd lose at such a silly little game. Important information! While we play, time is frozen. Also, since there is a murder going on, the people are represented by dolls. Gerard wins if he shoots the imposter doll. Shoot? Yes, big shot, with gun. Hold it. Isn't that dangerous?
Not to worry, human. All numerous shows maintain Dreamworld's safety measures. After all, location is murder hotel. Imposters deserve to be shot for identity theft.
But are they like voodoo dolls? Will the person I shoot also die?
You have vivid imagination. Nothing like that will happen. It is only symbolic. Otherwise, Nimmerus will be in trouble for breaking various Nox rules.
I see. Oh, which one should I do next?
Okay. So do we have to basically knock them out? I guess.
Time to weed out the small fries. It can't be Wilhelmine. The hotelier himself declared she is not the imposter. Please cross out her doll.
As you wish.
About Professor Holmes.
Wait, are we using these up? Because our numbers are going down.
Wiki vouched he wasn't the imposter. It's based on a personal story that the two of them experienced together. And it sounded pretty authentic enough to convince me. Nimmerus, cross out the doll. Roberto is not the doppelganger. He remembered which book Wiki had last borrowed from the library, and he was the only one beside me who knew Marin's secret. Please cross out the doll.
I guess this is making space for all of the scissor hints that we need to gather during court.
The imposter cannot be Elmerinian. His body has a temporary mark on its back. That information was hidden from potential imposters. So cross out the doll.
Very curious. As you wish, Gerard. Christina is not the imposter.
If one thing's clear, it's the fact that Christina is not the doppelganger. I never talked about my previous encounter with her and Wilhelmine in detail, and yet she knows exactly what happened during the trial. Ergo, she's the real one. Please mark her doll with a cross.
Christina marked as you ordered.
Alexander is not the imposter. My dear friend Sasha cannot be the imposter. We have a long list of, let's call them code words. It is impossible for anyone to copy them.
Well, apparently it's rather possible, given that we're the doppelganger.
Nimmerus, please cross out Sasha's doll. This time it's about my friend Sarah. I request her presence for a moment to make sure she's the real one.
As you wish. Orchard in Sarango will be here shortly.
Hey. Hello, Gerard. Hello, Nimmerus. Why have I been summoned? Are you two playing a game? Yes, we are. You're my telephone joker, so to speak. I see. I hope I can answer your question. I hope so too. We are currently live on TV where millions are watching, so let's make this count. Why are we waiting? Listen, it's very important that you answer me truthfully. Okay. See all these dolls on the table? I do. Where did you get them? That's not important. Listen, Sarah. I know you like dolls, so imagine you could choose one of them to be your favorite. Me and Nimmerus have a bet on who it will be. You don't have to tell us the reason or anything. But I want you to tell us, which doll would you take home if you could? And mind you, I know the answer. Now it all depends on whether you are lying or not. Personally, I would take all of the dolls home with me. They look really well made and expensive. But if I have to choose one, then it will be the Professor Holmes doll. Really? Why is that? The details catch my attention for some reason. It's really well made. So, Professor Holmes is your final answer? Absolutely. All right, that's all. Thank you, Sarah. You are very welcome. I hope you win with whatever game you're playing.
Ha! Well, Mr. Perigord, what do you think?
As expected, she did not say Ismail. She'd never leave such a subtle hint, but... Leave the Sarah doll on the table. I think this could be very interesting.
As you say.
Alright. The real Ismail told the real Uwe he has a girlfriend named Sophia. I need to ask Chef Uwe a question. Could you please call him?
As you wish. Just a moment.
Hello, Uwe.
Servants, what's going on here? Oh, are you playing with dolls?
It's not what it looks like. It's actually a game. A game about telling the truth.
I see.
If a person lies, his doll will be destroyed. So you better tell the truth if you want this beautiful Uwe doll to stay intact.
Really? And there's no need to destroy such well-made plush toys. What's the question, Gerard?
Do you remember what you and Ismail were talking about when he made the muffins?
I do, yes, for the most part.
The thing is, Ismail told me about it. He wants to make it public, so don't worry about any secrets. Here comes my question. What was the name he told you?
I'm kind of bad with names.
Uwe, how could you forget something so important?
Well, there's been so much going on lately. People have had breakdowns, the boss wants to organize a ball. And now you two are playing with dolls while a guest was murdered not long ago. How do you expect an old man like me to keep up? All I remember was how happy Ismail was when he talked about her, his new girlfriend. I was busy preparing the pumpkin soup, so I couldn't pay full attention to his story even though I wanted to. I'm sorry, I don't remember her name.
That's okay, Uwe. I don't blame you. Do you remember anything else Ismail told you about her? Just a little thing.
Well, I think she had problems with her parents or something. Oh, don't ask me the details.
Thank you, Uwe. That is all I needed to hear. You can go now.
If you say so. Good luck.
Nimmerus, there is no way the imposter can imitate Uwe that well. He and Ismail are definitely not the imposter.
Understood. I will remove these two dolls. Next is going to be gamer tag. This one should be easy to figure out. The defense requests that Miss Douglas be called. Understood. Douglas will be here shortly. Did I do something wrong? Au contraire, Nimmerus and I are playing a little game of quiz. And I requested your presence because I need your help. I see. What can I do for you? The topic at hand is trade mons. If I am not mistaken, you're quite familiar with this game. Me? Of course I am. Finally, everything I know is going to be worth gold. Spit it out, the wee lassie will answer it. It's about the trader ID. Can you briefly explain what this term means? Of course I can. It's very simple. Basically, thanks to the ID, every copy of the game is personalized. This means that no two players will experience exactly the same game. The ID is the combination of the internal random number multiplied by the player's name in hexadecimal. It also acts as an anti-cheating mechanic if the multiplied ID and the name don't match. The mon will turn into an egg. I see, you are quite knowledgeable. Of course I am, trade mons is my life. There's no pain, no stress. No one to insult you for being slow or taking too long. Oh, I'm sorry, I often end up rambling about topics I enjoy. No worries. By the way, my friend Sarah showed me a monster she traded recently. I think this trainer's original idea was Wild Lassie 17, is that you? Me? No, I think you got the name wrong. Mine is Brave Lass 54. I see. You're right, I probably just misremembered. Elspeth, please let me thank you for answering all these questions. No problem at all. I'm happy to help you any time. The hotelier told me to come back as soon as I'm done here, so was that all? You may go now. One last thing. Mr. Nimmerus, may I have your autograph, please? I love your music. We'll sign later. Right now, show is still going on. Oh, of course. How silly of me. Thank you so much. See you later. With that out of the way, I think I can safely say this is the real Elspeth. Understood. I will cross out Elspeth, doll. Wiki's code word? About Wiki, there is a way to tell if she is the imposter or not. The real Wiki told Milan an interesting code word when they were in the hospital. If she can remember what it is, then she should be in the clear. As you say. Just a moment. I will fetch Miss Hagen. Sup, guys? You called me? Wait, what's up with the dolls? Oh my, can I have the Marin one, pretty please, Nimmerus? No, dolls are not for grabs. Nimmerus, how can you deny a pure-hearted shield maiden her wish? You know... I always took you for a gentleman, Nimmerus. There should be a heart the size of a walrus inside of you, right? Joke's on you. Dream demons do not have hearts. And no, I can't give out dolls. They belong to doll collector Ellen Turin. Aww. Wiki, let's make this quick and painless, shall we? What are you talking about? When you were in the infirmary with Milan, you mentioned a code word. A code word to make sure it was you, along with the fact that you told him you'd knock 7 times. Can you remember what it was? Nice try, sucker, but I told Milan to knock on the door 6 times, not 7. And the word in question is lading. For the uneducated, it's the name of the first shackles made to bind the giant wolf Fenrir, which obviously broke. That's where I'd heard that word before. Okay. Please do not call audience uneducated. Not everyone needs to know about Norse mythology.
Whoops, sorry about that. Was that it?
Yeah, you can go now.
Okay.
Miss Hagen, please leave Ilmarinen and all here, else you'll get in big trouble.
Okay, fine. See you later.
I mean, I didn't remember that that was the name of the shackles, but it makes sense that it was something that was in my brain.
You heard the lady. She is not the imposter.
As you say.
Time to kill two birds with one stone. May I please ask Miss Lupita to join the show in person, if only for a moment?
You may. She will be here after a short commercial break.
Do I even want to know what this is all about?
It's just a little game show, do not worry.
Game show? What are you talking about? Miss Lupita, please. I am just going to ask you a quick question and then you can go. Oh, I see. Is it about the murder? No, far from it. Instead, I would like to ask you a personal question. How do you call Milan when he's on a date with you? I beg your pardon? He told me there's a special word you like to use. Can you remember it? Hey, nobody told me this was about my love life. How many people are watching this show right now?
Must be in the thousands, but they're mostly dream demons, not humans. Please, just give us a name and you're free to go.
I have the name right here, written on paper. Can you guess what Milan said to me? It all depends on the situation. Oh no, don't tell me. I will never say that word live on TV. Relax, just whisper it in my ear. Okay, but don't tell anyone or I'll sue you. Oh, that's not the word I meant. It's not? Ah, right. He probably meant the other one. When things are a little more casual, I like to call him Guapo. Bingo! That is what he told me. Can I please go now? This is super embarrassing. Of course! Thank you for your cooperation. Please never ask me for anything ever again. With that out of the way, I can announce that neither Milan nor Lupita is the imposter. Which one do we do next? An imposter could never fully understand Gerard's goals in life. No. Well, we want to be able to shoot the Gerard doll, right? So should I just stop there? Because we established that we're the imposter, right? So if we don't use that one? Okay, we don't have that option. Right, fine. There's something I want to say from my heart. My goal in life isn't to just be the best lawyer in the world or to make a lot of money. I've never told anyone this before. And to prove that I am not an imposter, I am going to announce it now. My real goal is to drag a certain untouchable person to hell. I've been steadily building up a reputation that might one day prove useful to him. I've even gone so far as to commit crimes myself and save one of his murderous henchmen by twisting the law as much as possible. And as much as I detest my past, I'm sure the end will justify the means. A disaster like the murder hotel case must never happen again. And that's why I am still alive. No doppelganger could ever know of this plan, yet let alone understand my motives. Nimorous, please cross out the Gerard doll for me.
Done. And nice story.
It's not that I doubt Clara's words, it's just, it feels completely unrealistic. But I'll keep this option handy in case I get stuck in a dead end.
Looks like you went through every person and gave reasoning. Now's time to bring out big guns. Please aim and shoot Imposter doll.
Shoot Sarangle doll, unknown consequences. Shoot Gerard doll, unknown consequences. I mean...
We unlocked this option. I kind of want to use it. In a way, it doesn't make sense for Gerard to be the imposter, but it also makes an awful lot of sense that for him to be the imposter. So, here goes nothing. Huh? Did Ace Attorney miss target?
That was on purpose. Or do you think my aim is that terrible?
But why did you shoot own doll? Does that mean you forfeit?
No. I shot my own doll because it is time to end the masquerade. I stumbled upon the truth during the investigation. There were some pieces that didn't add up. The biggest one being me finding the toilet key and knowing about it immediately, even though I had never seen it before. Then there's the fact I can't remember how many cases I've won.
That just means your memory is not the best. Maybe amnesia is contagious like a virus.
How do you explain that I still remember the number of cases I have won is not a prime number? If I had amnesia, I'd have forgotten that fact too.
Not a prime number?
Exactly. This oddity can only mean one thing. The person in front of you is not the real Gerard Perigord. That's the truth behind this silly imposter side quest, and I solved it all by myself. Why do you look so surprised?
Nimorous was not informed of this. Gastfanger, what is the meaning of this? What are you shouting about? Why is Doppelganger the contestant? This is outrageous. What do you mean Doppelganger is the contestant? Whatever it is, it's probably just a silly trick that Wiki has told him or something like that. Gerard, how many prime numbers are there between 1 and 10,000?
That's exactly 1,229 prime numbers. And by the way, 1,229 is also a prime number.
Wait a minute. That's true. Since when does Gerard know so much about them?
I shouldn't. That's the point. I am not Gerard. I am just someone pretending to be him.
Miss Doppelganger, I am honored that you have decided to join the party. But next time, please let me know in advance. Because this whole thing was just to give Alentura something to do in this little murder story. Ah, so she was Sarah then.
Exactly. You're such a show stealer. This was supposed to be my debut. Why did you ruin it? Don't blame me. I don't remember anything about being a part of this. So could someone please help me take off this mask? What do you mean? Can't you take it off yourself? I have tried, but to no avail.
What is it with these unexpected events? First my main detective has a breakdown, and now the side detective turns out to be doppelganger. Anyway, this sideshow is over. Congratulations on solving it, even if it was not the intended solution.
It feels like a very hollow victory now.
May I ask, where did you hide the real Gerard?
I do not know. I did not stumble upon him during my investigation.
In that case, I must temporarily postpone the investigation until this matter is resolved. Process, show yourself, we need you.
I am somewhat busy, you know what's going on now.
Can you find Gerard for us? He must be locked up somewhere.
I am not in the mood for bad jokes.
Process, this isn't the real Gerard. That's doppelganger.
Oh. So the cat's out the bag already. I didn't expect you'd actually figure it out.
What do you mean? You knew about this?
I did.
Then why were we not informed? This is outrageous. Why does the agent not trust the generals?
It's part of a bet. I was made the referee.
A bet?
An extremely high-stakes bet between you and my boss. Gasfinger lent me a greetong. I need to confirm something.
Here, but that's the last one.
What are you going to do with that tongue? Just relax and answer me 3 simple questions. Did another dream demon help you find the truth?
Not that I know of.
Do you know what or where the Red Room is?
No.
Did you make any preparations beforehand to help you reach the truth? If I did, I don't remember them. And the tongue did not turn purple. Looks like you broke no rules. Very good, you've officially won the wager. Everyone, please put your hands together for Miss Doppelganger. It feels weird to be called Miss.
I have a really bad feeling about this. If the boss lost the bet, what is going to happen? Wait, there was something about bets with the Sandman. Something about bets with the Sandman and stealing the hat. Wait.
You'll find out very soon. Oh, just out of curiosity, let me ask you one more thing. Did Miss K help you?
Could be.
I thought so.
Miss K? You mean Clara is back?
She's hiding in the restroom right now.
You better make sure she doesn't interfere with the nightmare ball.
Don't tell me how to do my job. Well, with that out of the way, it's time to return your belongings. Here, take this red key. What does that do now? There's a red door in Gasfinger's room on the first floor. If you want your identity and your memories back, open it.
Wait, in my private room there's a red door? What is the meaning of that? No one is supposed to go in there. My, no need to get heated. I made sure to hide all your manuscripts and tools while I was preparing everything. You better have. Now go, doppelganger, recover your memories and free the real Gerard so we can get back to the murder investigation. Wait, I'll tag along. I won't let anyone enter my own room without supervision. Yastfinger's room is near the employee room where the charade session took place. I wonder what awaits me there. Well, what awaits me in the staff room is a save point that I'm going to use as judging by the time, well, judging by my stomach and also looking at the time, it's time to be done for the day. Right, not Gastfinger's room. Not going to finish the doppelganger section today. No, I'm getting very hungry. So I am going to call it here, and we'll deal with Gerard and doppelganger next time. I should probably make myself a note. Okay. I assume we'll also get into court next time as well. So, thank you very much for coming. It's been very interesting. Very, very fun. I enjoyed being... Well, I was going to say an actual competent attorney, but I guess we were pretending to be an actual competent attorney. So yeah, if you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can also follow me on social media, which is linked in the description box. The streaming schedule for this channel goes up both over there on social media and over here on YouTube in the post tab of the channel. This was the last scheduled stream of this week, so there will be a new schedule up later tonight. Normal schedule next week? Not completely, I'm afraid, Drag. March ended up being weirdly busy. But tomorrow, yes. Tomorrow, yes. Soulset tomorrow, yes. 7 PM Monday. Back to around to Soulset, which might be our last stream with Soulset, I think, possibly. Depends how long that last route takes. But anyway, see you then, or another time. Once again, thank you very much for coming. And this is Kalla signing out. See ya! Bye-bye!